the power like BITCHUTE. What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I art the scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. You feeling the star of wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sink in the earth. The moon is the portal. Assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words, I'm in the game, but change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian, lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm so collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praises due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M like the A is the E. Where earlier I said A, you know how somebody say A. It's AI. And that's the dream, like, don't people say, hey, I'm dreaming. Am I dreaming?
What is good? Such a beautiful, hot summer day. Oops. It was so hot yesterday. Cooked me like a pancake. Anyway. Hello, Fools and Tools. Give it a couple more seconds before I read a few chapters out of the Hyperborean book. It's such a big book that it's going to take a while. But it's interesting. And if people were to ask, do I believe there's a Hyperborea? Yeah, I still think there is. I think there's a lot that we don't know about. Damn, it's 9:44 where you are? Damn, where are you, in Asia? Yeah, it's got to be night somewhere. Where is it, the Philippines? No. Yeah, because I was watching some lady in the Philippines, and when I was about to go to sleep, it was already morning. Australia. Yeah, that's near Asia. Melbourne. Melbourne's beautiful. Especially all the old architecture. Oh, man. Yeah, I know, winter. That's right near, you're near Dean. He's in New Zealand. He's your neighbor. Yeah, I never really, because I grew up on the East Coast of the United States, and I haven't traveled around the world. Not even, I never left the U.S. Put it that way. It's pretty boring. You know, I always wondered how. Excuse me. How it is to be 90 degrees in December and November. And I forget sometimes that even seasons, they're backwards. So while, you know, people say, you know, November, December, January, or whatever is winter, yeah, only for part of the world. Well, the chapter I'm going to start with where we left off the other day is the model of the sphere, which, whatever. I don't agree with the ball, the sphere, the globe. Now, if we're talking inside of it, but truly, where are we? You know, people say we're here, we're there. Unless we've traveled to these places to be sure, none of us truly know. Like Dom was saying yesterday. Anyway, I'll get started, I guess. The model of the sphere says, let us consider then a hollow sphere, a homogeneous substance. Didn't I read this already? Yeah, topologically. It is a bilateral surface. One side constitutes the inner spherical surface and the other the outer surface. Let us suppose now that such a hollow sphere represents an eternal spirit before the fall. Each one of the infinite points of the inner surface is a nucleus of absolute gnosis that looks towards the center. At the center, at a point situated in the inner hollow space, all the lookings of the Gnostic points converge, and a total synthesis of wisdom is realized there. It can be said that in the center of the spiritual sphere there is an absolute one, which knows every point of its being, because it is precisely the synthesis of all these points. How does such a being act? By contracting or expanding its volume and applying its absolute will in the inner space. If the absolute self wills, it can contract the surface until it is almost confused with the central point, or it can expand it and create as much inner space as that of an entire universe. And if it wills, it can also organize such inner space and become a pantocrator. Yeah, I did read this, as Abraxas once did. But the spirit is not a demiurge. It has no interest in staying in the world of matter and energy. It comes from the unknowable, and there it must return. How did it get to that demented world? By accompanying the race, by following the chiefs, by a mort to it perhaps. But whatever the reason, the fact remains that the spirit sphere was then there, but he was not like that, similar to a bubble. Yeah, I remember reading this now. To enter the universe of the one, that is the hostile way. Hold on. Yeah, I did read this, and I'm not going to read it again. Alright. The reversion of the spirit produces absolute disorientation. That's where I should have started. I forgot I had read that other chapter or whatever it's called. Because this book don't have chapters, which is odd. If we have been able to imagine the reversion of the bubble, we can go to a step further and suppose that something similar happened to the spirit sphere, of course, and looked outside, that is, a point which, meeting the conditions of K and H simultaneously, this point enabled the traitor Sidus to effect a reversion in the spirit spheres, similar to that which we have imagined in the rubber bubble. Let us now draw some conclusions. Let us consider the spirit sphere before the reversion. We must agree that when all but one of the infinite points of the inner surface look towards the center, such a state constitutes the normality of the spirit sphere. We have said that we were dealing with the Gnostic points. This does not mean that the wisdom of the Hyperborean spirits is fragmented or pulverized in punctual units. The concept Gnostic points is allegorical, proper to the spirit sphere, and inseparable from the geometrical concepts of surface that we are using. The normality consists then the normality consists then in that all the Gnostic points, except one, look towards the center of the sphere, where the absolute self shines. The synthesis of the spirit sphere. The center is, strictly speaking, the cardinal point of the inner surface. But to speak of cardinal point is to allude to an orientation. That is to say, the cardinal point constitutes the orient of the inner gnosis, the site to which all directions, all rumbors, all the senses, only one point is disoriented, and it is disoriented by a mort, by that need of which is prior to the origin and therefore incomprehensible. I read this too. Oh well. On the other hand, the spirit, when entering by origin in the universe of the one, does so as an enemy. Therefore, it adapts itself in the form of the spirit sphere and thus demonstrates its essential hostility. We recognize then two normalities in the spirit sphere, the inner normality or orientation and the outer normality or hostility. The betrayal of the traitor Sidus was an operation effected upon the outer point of the spirit sphere. We may suppose, only suppose, that the effect of such, and then that's crazy, and then it says from such and then it says this operation. This don't even make sense. I remember reading this now. This operation produced in the sphere spirit the belief that her sphere was just in front of the outer point. But whatever the delusion or belief of the spirit sphere, the fact is that instantly its being was reversed in a manner similar to that of the bubble in figure 1, which no one could see. Why did the spirit sphere react in such a way? What impelled its consciousness to disorient itself from the absolute one, to pass by the outer point and be exposed to the demonstrations of the cosmic order? We can only venture another supposition. The spirit sphere acted correctly but out of place. That is to say, its reaction was undoubtedly appropriate there, in the unknown world of origin. Unwisely carried out here in the universe of matter and energy, of the consciousness, time of the demiurge, of the archetypal potency, it led the spirit sphere to a sad end. The defeat was consummated then, in an instant, without fight and without defense. The fight and the defense would come later. The spirit sphere thus passed instantly from being to not knowing, from absolute orientation to absolute disorientation or confused. The normal spirit sphere. In order to better understand the state of the spirit sphere after the fall, let us establish some precisions about its normal constitution. To begin with, let us take as a reference the material plane, and let us agree that it is below the spirit sphere. Thus, the essential hostility manifests itself as opposition to that plane. Having thus arranged the confrontation, absolutely free against absolutely determined or ordered material plane, let us now proceed to describe the normality of the spirit sphere. As can be seen in the figure, we have drawn a section of the spirit sphere in which the inner Gnostic surface is marked in green. It's just a symbol of the sun with a circle with a dot in the middle. And the outer hostile surface in red. If this is the initial situation of the drama of the spirit, then the following principles apply. First, the body of the spirit, that is, the sphere, can be considered as composed of two layers or strata of two superimposed films, which are in reality two faces or rostras. The outer surface red. Hold on, let me screenshot this and put it up. I should have had this prepared already. Alright, I thought it was going to boot me out. Hopefully there's no more pictures that I have to do this. Alright, the outer surface is red in the expression of the tertium hostis or hostile. Back, the inner surface green is the expression of the vultus spiritus or spiritual face. Second, according to the disposition to figure 2, oh man, you can't see figure 2. Should I screenshot it? Anyway, I'll show figure 2. It's just like I said, it's the sun, the symbol of the sun. It's the same thing as this circle, but this is a half circle, but it's the same without the arrows. Anyway, according to the disposition of figure 2, the opposition or hostility is towards the lower material plane, a case that analogically has been represented with the sphere above in the material plane below. It is evident then that the effective opposition is carried out by the lower half sphere. For the purpose of reaching a deeper understanding, let us dispense for a moment with the upper half sphere and consider only that part which exercises effective opposition to matter. We can distinguish in Figure 3 two opposite directions. The spiritual face is oriented towards the cardinal point of the absolute self, the hostile. Back is opposed to the lower matter. Placing ourselves alternatively in each of these points, a reference, we notice that, seen from the material plane, the hostility of the spirit is signified by the convex, seen from the absolute self. The orientation of the spiritual gnosis is signified by the concave. The hostile back, therefore, is not wisdom in any way. On the contrary, it is only hostility just because it doesn't constitute a knowledge of the outer deception. The sphere spirit has presented itself in the material universe, closed up on itself, turned around the self. Absolute and showing the demiurge everywhere a back hostile. But the tergium, the back, opposes the demiurge, not as contrary, but as adversary, because it must be affirmed. The spirit sphere is a more powerful god than the demiurge. The spirit sphere, and as opposed to the material plane, as seen in Figure 2, is as immutable as Parmenides. I think that says Parmenides. Immutable as Parmenides, being. Even the concept of the philosopher Elia, I think it's Elia or Eli, could be applied to the spirit sphere and say thus, the spirit is, and what the spirit is not. The spirit is and what the spirit is not is not. In other words, in Figure 2, we see on the one hand the spirit sphere absolutely free, eternal and immutable. This is what the spirit is. On the other hand, we see a world absolutely determined, temporal and phenomenal. This is what the spirit is not. And consequently, for the spirit, that which the spirit is not does not exist, is an illusion, that is, it is not. The only reality is the spirit, only he is, but the demiurge is also spirit. That is why he is the adversary. Hence, it is necessary to distinguish between the pantocrator and the world, i.e., between the God former and the world formed by him, between the demiurge and the ordered universe. The latter from the material plane, toward which the negation of the spirit sphere points. The material world is pure appearance, pure illusion, pure phenomenon, pure evolutionary process, pure contingency, and accident. For the spirit, the world does not exist. It is not. But the demiurge is, and against him will be fought the fight for the return to the origin, for the recovery of the primordial state that we represent here allegorically with the spherical form. Summarizing these principles, we can say that the spirit sphere initially possesses a green inner spiritual face which looks towards the absolute self, who is its Gnostic synthesis, and that such looking constitutes the normal orientation of the spirit. We also know that it exhibits a hostile, red, external back which opposes the material plane, and that such opposition is the normal hostility of the spirit. Kidding me? Just seeing how long. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures coming up. I might not keep reading because I need to get these pictures. Yeah. I'll end it there. I just read those two. And they're not even chapters. I don't know what to call them. There's no chapters in this book, but I don't know. I'll stop it there. So then I could have these pictures prepared for the next time. Unless yeah, cool. Well, I screenshotted these 4 pages. I'm gonna probably get it prepared and just read that chapter, but I needed the pictures. I tried to read without the pictures, but obviously this book requires that the pictures are shown. So anyway, anyone do anything exciting for the weekend? The end of the week, the weekend. Alright, let me see this. Oh shit. Alright. See what happens here. Alright, that's done. Now this one. Shit, I didn't even blow my fireworks up. I had a little bit. But it's just, you know, when I look at these like these holidays, every day should be the 4th of July. And then he said the guy said White History Month's in July. That's hilarious. There's this black guy. I don't know if he's always trolling. I gotta find out the guy's name, but he says some funny stuff. Alright, 2 more pictures. What the hell? Yeah, fireworks. I just don't like, you know, the fireworks. And it's supposed to be a free country, right? Does anyone hear about California allegedly outlawed or banned fucking fireworks on the 4th of July? Like, who does that? That's what I mean about globalists. Like, how can you ban fireworks in a free country? It's the shit I'm talking about. Like, who bans fireworks on a holiday of whatever people want to call it that requires fireworks? Only a fucking numbskull or a piece of crap. So everybody was lighting them off. Someone showed a video from a balcony, and I mean, you could see it everywhere. People were going nuts. Yeah, the fires are burning because they want to shoot lasers and stuff. Now, I'm not saying all the fires are from that, but probably 98% of them are. They can make it rain, you know? Why don't they make it rain in them areas? I bet you where all these fires are, they're gonna put like some oil pipeline or something, because that's what they love to do. All right, let me upload these pictures, and I'll get to reading this next chapter. Let's see, is this in order? No. Why didn't I put in order? Why? StreamYard, you gotta get your shit together. What do I pay money to these people for? Eight, 7. Oh, that's 6. So 4. You got 3, 4. And where was 5? Is this 5? Yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alright. Ready to roll. I ain't even gonna lie. Most of the stuff they talk about has me confused a little bit. About the spirit. Alright. Let me continue where I left it off. The spirit sphere reversed. What would what could never have been achieved by the demiurge or any other similar demon, that is, the alteration of the spirit sphere, was achieved by the way of betrayal. Indeed, it was other members of the Hyperborean race. That's wild. Isn't that how it always works? Your own people, there's always someone that sells out. Always. They always infiltrate. Knowing all the secrets of the spirit sphere, who broke the principle of loyalty and precipitated millions of spirits into the abyss. They, the traitors Siddhas, I think that's Siddhas or Siddhas, Siddhas, it's gotta be Siddhas, or Siddhas, revealed the secret of the outer point and made possible the deception and reversal of the spirit sphere. Such a situation has been depicted in figure 4, as you see here. We see there that the tertium, or hostile back, has passed into the interior of the sphere, while the spiritual face has become completely externalized, facing on one side directly the material plane. The first thing one notices when observing figure 4 is the disappearance of the absolute self from its central position, the Hyperborean spirit. It is worth clarifying, is not a simple being. It must be remembered that we are talking about the member of a cosmic race and not a mere incorporeal phantom. Moreover, if it were simple, it would be useless to try to describe it. It would be enough just to designate a name. This is not possible. And that is why we represented it as spirit sphere, which of course is not simple. We already know its spherical body, the tertium hostis, and the vultus spiritus. The latter, the spiritual face, is the wisdom itself, and on it depends the absolute self, which, after the reversion, has disappeared from the center. The spiritual face is not simple either, since we have supposed it to be extensive, that is, as an inner spherical surface, but instead it is homogeneous, all wisdom. Such spiritual homogeneity is concretized. It looks like concretized, but it's homogeneity and concretized in the absolute self, which is an expression of the absolute synthesis with which the spherical spirit unifies and gathers in the single central point. To express the unity of the spherical spirit and its central synthesis, in a figurative sense, we suppose that the representative surface is composed of points that look towards the center and synthesize there in the single cardinal point, the absolute self. Now, after the reversion, the Gnostic points no longer look inwardly towards the center of the sphere, but in a completely opposite and external direction. What has happened to the absolute self now? Does its disappearance mean its extinction, the breakdown of the synthetic unity of wisdom? Strictly speaking, these and other questions that could be proposed are reduced to only one. Is there any point external to the spirit sphere that can be seen simultaneously by everyone? The Gnostic points of the spiritual face. It is understood that this question, as well as any other similar one, including the two proposed in the first term, must be answered affirmatively. Otherwise, the absolute self would not be absolute. The character of absolute comes to it because it is the absolute synthesis of spiritual gnosis. Its fate, figuratively speaking, is linked to the unity of wisdom, and if the former is extinguished, the latter must also be extinguished. This is to say, it must die, but the spirit sphere is immortal, and itself an absolute self. However, if the answer must be affirmative, if there is indeed an external point to which the absolute self has moved after reversion, it is worth asking in turn, where is it? Or better, where can there be an external cardinal point that simultaneously receives all the gazes of the Gnostic points? Hold on, let me get this ready. To approach the answer, let us take into account the following. In the normal spirit sphere, figure 2, well, this ain't figure 2, the glances of the Gnostic points towards the absolute self were equivalent to projections of the points of the inner spherical surface on the central point. Inversely, it could also be said that from the absolute self, it is possible to see all the points of the spherical face, that is, from the central point of the sphere it is possible to project a radius 1 towards each of the points of the inner spherical surface. Let us now consider which this same criterion, the spirit sphere after the reversion, figure 4, which is this figure. The point sought must be such that the projection of all the points of the outer surface, of the sphere converge upon it. However, it is evident at first sight that the normal projection of all the exterior points does not converge, but diverges in all directions, i.e. isotropically, okay? Isotropically, yeah. But we can more rigorously verify this assumption if we examine two Gnostic points, A and B, as close as we wish to each other, and measure the distance between each projective vector or gaze to the absolute self. Figure 5a shows that in a normal spirit sphere, the glances converge toward the absolute self at the center, i.e. the vectors come closer and closer together as the distances to the center shortens. On the contrary, the glances coming from the outer points in the reverse spirit tend to move further and further apart from each other as they move away from the spherical surface. What does this tell us? To begin with, that the outer point of convergence cannot be near the spherical spirit, since the glances, i.e. the projective vectors, are separated from each other in all directions. But how far such a point can be is not so evident, since if we project all the glances, that is, if we consider the complete projection of the spherical surface unlimitedly in every direction, we will encompass the entire cosmic space. Where then is the outer point of the convergence? Answer: an infinity. For example, if we consider only 4 Gnostic points, 1, 2, 3, and 4, as shown in figure 6, where's 6? It's shown in figure 6. I lost my spot. Man, I'm doing bad. Situated in opposite parts of the spherical surface, and we project them unlimitedly in a direction of 4 arbitrary reference points, N, S, E, and W. We can assert that these projective vectors will coincide at the end of their traject in a single common point located in infinity. I never heard that word traject. I've heard of trajectory. But there is more. If in the same way we project all the Gnostic points, that is, the entire spherical surface, unlimitedly towards all possible directions, they will end up meeting equally in a single infinite common point or pole. In figure 7, a similar point, violet, has been represented. To it arrive the infinite vectors that start from the infinite Gnostic points of the spirit sphere. In the figure we draw only 16 of the infinite vectors. The infinite pole is, strictly speaking, the same extreme point of each one of the vectors. Naturally, it is not possible to construct a scheme of the spirit sphere, as in figure 5 or 6, in which the infinite vectors are drawn in all their infinite extension, up to the extreme coincidence of figure 7. Oh, I was on figure 7. Nor would it be possible to represent only some of them. A single vector whose module or extension is infinite surpasses the dimensions of any graphical scheme. We can, however, agree on a reduction of the dimension of the vector so that it can be represented within a frame of the diagram. For this, we need only remember that the extreme point of the vector is always the infinite pole. Now then, if we draw infinite vectors of, for example, 1 centimeter of module in a scheme like the one in figure 4, there we go, like the one in figure 4 or 5 or 6, anyway, where did 6 go? God, here it is. Alright, anyway, and we mark the end of each of them with a violet point, representing the infinite pole. We will prove that all these points form a violet circle. Outside the spirit sphere and 1 centimeter away, a similar scheme is shown in figure 8. Although, for the sake of clarity, only 16 vectors have been drawn. It thus turns out that the infinite pole, represented in finitude of the graphic scheme, is equivalent to an external circle, to the reverse spirit sphere. It is what we call the infinite pole expanded. But we must not forget that the scheme only shows a section or cut sphere, the infinite vectors that start from each Gnostic point. If they also have an agreed module of 1 centimeter, for example, will form with their extreme points violet a violet sphere, external to the spirit sphere and 1 centimeter away. The time has come to draw a conclusion. We now know that after the reversion in figure 4, the gazes of the Gnostic points effectively converge on a single external point, similar to what happened in the normal spirit when all the gazes pointed to the central point of or absolute self. But such an external point is in the infinite, as we have seen. Does this mean that the synthesis of the spiritual face is also realized there and an absolute self is formed? Yes, it does. But to avoid confusion, We will call this external self infinite self. The natural questions that follow from such a conclusion are how, if finally the spirit sphere succeeds in synthesizing an external one, does this same one not become conscious of its reversed state? Yeah, okay. I was just looking at the word reversed. I thought it was revered, but conscious of its reversed state. And why did we say that? After the reversal, the spirit sphere went from being to not knowing, from orientation to disorientation, misdirection and confusion. It is not difficult to give an answer to such questions, but a previous reflection is required. In truth, the reason why the infinite self is ignorant of its situation is closely related to the reason why we have not been able to represent the infinite pole in the scheme of figure 8. The relation of incommensurability, the relation of incommensurability that the finite has with the infinite, when the infinite appears as extreme or limit of an unlimited finite. That is to say, between the spirit sphere and the infinite self, the world of finite entities. Oh, I skipped a line. The world of finite entities must be complete. Or in other words, the infinite self surpasses by infinity the world of finite entities. It is as if, in figure 8, all that finite were between the green circle, spiritual face, and the violet circle, infinite pole. Let us remember that in figure 2, we represent the lower material plane, below the reverse spirit sphere, only for the sake of expository convenience. But that in reality, this plane, or would be the finite entities, surrounds the reverse spirit everywhere, and to that world, the spirit sphere is essentially opposed. Man, I'm glad they're done with that topic. The next one is absolute definition of the Hyperborean strategy, but I'll save that because I'm only going to do an hour. An hour of reading every time. Or shall I say every dirt. Faceplant is in the house. Every time I look at this picture, it's hilarious. Like, I've never met any flat earther that uses this model. The absolute. Shit, if I didn't show those pictures, probably no one would have got any of it, because without those, I don't know. For the most part, I didn't get some of that stuff that I was reading, sad to say. The heck? This StreamYard has been tripping out. I just selected all the pictures I want to upload, and when I hit add, it took me back to a different screen. Like, StreamYard, get your shit together, man. It's wild how I pay money and I get the shittiest service. Now, here's a picture that they said is a alleged building of the building. Hi. Gravity. Gravity's such a joke. You know, if I had a bunch of wishes, one wish would be to live in these days for like 5 years. Or I could live in the days when this place had the fucking most best architecture you've ever seen. Like, living in today's world is just fucking boring. It's filled with insanity, ignorance, and a lot of other words. There's no way they built this thing that quick. I just don't buy it. You know, why? They got a building just like this in Hartford, Connecticut. Same exact shit. I drive by it every day. I'm gonna see if I could find it. It's on Asylum Ave. Yeah, let me see if I could find it because it's exactly the same. I don't know how to spell asylum. I think it's ASY. Um, um, let's see. All right, Farmington Ave. Is that Farmington Ave? I think that is Farmington Ave. Shit. Alright. Let's go to Farmington Ave. Come on, don't play with me. Dunkin' Donuts. Where the f is that? Trying to find this building here. New York Chicken and Biscuits. The fuck? I don't remember seeing these buildings. Okay, funeral home. Now we're getting there. Cathedral of St. Joseph. Huh. Now where's this train station? That's what I need. Asylum Ave District Historic. I don't care about the history, buddy boy. I think this is it right here. It's a circle roof. Yep, I'm good. Yep, I found it. Ay. One photo? You gotta be shitting me. Alright, what's the name of this place? Asylum Ave. That's all you got? Anyway. Yeah, Asylum Ave at the Hartford. Okay, that's the name of the building. The Hartford. Here it is. Sweet deal, dude. Now, it would be nice if I could get a better. Here we are. This will do justice right here. Alright, but now, you see this building. Sorry it took so long, but. Nice. Upload this picture. Well, one of them looks blurry, but this building right here, with the round roof, is just like the one in Hartford. Bing! It's the same shit almost. Actually, I think it's identical, man. Here, no one says. These buildings are identical. Gotta be shitting me, man. They weren't that creative, except they both have a circle there, but the one on the top has more circles, more Cheerios. What happened now, faceplant? Where is there a bot? This is another view. Yeah, these buildings are identical, except this one's smaller. But yeah. Now, I mean, let me rephrase that. It's not identical, but it has identical parts. Which is pretty. I'm glad I noticed that, because when I seen this building, I said, man, that building looks familiar. Is that in Hartford? And no, that I don't even know what city that's in. But it was a World Fair. And then you get bricks like this. And people say giants didn't exist. Well, who's moving bricks like this? I bet you they don't even have a machine today that could move that big ass stone. I bet you. I'm waiting. There's no crane that could move that. There's no truck that could move that. Maybe if you have one of the big dump trucks and you put a big huge chain and you somehow tied it around that, maybe you could pull it. But as far as picking it up, I just don't see it. Find me a machine that could lift that whole stone. It'll tip it over. Oh yeah, that's right. The Egyptians moved stones like that with pieces of wood, and they rolled it on the sand. Get the fuck out of here. That's what they say. If you want to come up, Faceplant, you're more than welcome. I have no clue what this is, but it's interesting. Yeah, I missed Max's live yesterday. Fuck. I want to know what this means. I gotta look into this more. Why is there a fish in the palm of his hand? Is he a fisher of men? Why has he got a key on his pinky? He's got the sun in his middle finger, and the six-pointed star in his pointer, and he's got a crown on his thumb. What has he got a crown on his thumb for? When he plugs it in his ass, he's got the crown thumb. Oh, the link ain't there? Hold on. There you go. Oh, these fucking flip-flops kill my feet. It's part of this flip-flop, man. These cheap-ass flip-flops I got. Ah, shit. It's like the corner of my foot. Like, digs into it. It's painful as shit. The Abraxas. Imagine one of these things roll up on you, a lion head with a serpent body. That would be some wild shit, man.
Mic check. mic check. Think you're muted there, Chuck.
Yeah.
Damn, wondering why no one answered me. I said, "What's up, Lucid? What's up, Faceplant?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Yeah, Faceplant said something. I heard him.
Sometimes it takes a few seconds for my sound to come in.
It's a weird picture here. It's like he's holding off death, the Grim Reaper.
That looks AI generated.
It could be. Could be. I should look it up and see. I don't know what the name of it is.
Yeah, it's like we're real humans, so we kind of have an intuition where we can, our subconscious can tell if something is AI generated. Like I was in the store the other day and there's some AI generated music playing in the store. I could tell by the singing that it wasn't real humans.
Yeah, that sucks. I think a lot of music is gonna be like that. To where artists, they could just, you know, have their voice, and there could be they don't even need to write music no more. They could have someone else rap and they could sound like Snoop. It could be it's wild, man. Technology, it's gonna ruin everything in the music industry.
You see these famous people in advertisements. It's not them. It's a computer-generated image of it that they sold themselves their image and voice in that. So they don't even have to do the ad. They can just get the computer-generated version of themselves. And they just collect a royalty or whatever. It's like selling out. Like the chat isn't even real anymore. It's just those two bots there, just nonsensical word salads that don't mean anything. There's 100 things in the chat there. Those two bots are putting in it, and none of it makes any sense.
Well, I know Fools and Tools ain't a bot.
How do you know?
Cause I see her in other channels.
Yeah.
And plus, Kimba vouched for her.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I know there is bots where people they go as far as even disguising their voice, you know?
There's even bots on panels, Chuck.
I know. I was thinking about that one day. I was like, people can make a fake voice.
The bots on the panels never put their camera on.
Uh-oh. I'm a bot. Nah.
My buddy drew this for me.
Yeah, I'm not a bot. I'm alive. I've showed my face plenty of times.
Come on the panel and put your camera on if you're not a bot. I mean, it's embarrassing that I'm at. So put your camera on.
Hello. Hello, Charles. Hello.
Hello.
Hello from down under.
Like that Lady Shea Butter. That Lady Shea Butter was a bot.
Good evening. It's 10:55 here in Melbourne.
Check this.
Yeah, I know you're in the bot, Fools and Tools. Because I'm not saying Danny Skylark is either, but peace, Jay Heighton. I always try to find out about people because it's just nowadays the tech is so you know, just there's people out there that dedicate their days into trolling and just doing stuff like that. It's sad. It's what it is.
Well, I don't know what to believe with pictures these days.
Like the other day, someone came in. Hold on, let me fix that. The other day, someone came in and said that there's a bunch of clowns in here, and Faceplant was like, forgot what you said, Faceplant, but he left. Well, I timed him out for, I think it was 78 hours or some shit. But
8.6 thousand seconds.
yeah, I timed him out like triple. I just kept, you know, because I'm not, you know, I'm for people to be able to say what they want, but I've been humble and lenient, and you know, people want to take advantage and call me weak and shit. So now I'm just gonna start sniping people out, maybe even blocking them. Even though I've never blocked anyone, but
Who's calling you weak?
Start. Huh?
Who's calling you weak?
I don't want to get into it on here, but
Nah, I feel you.
but yeah, I wonder how Kimba's doing.
I just hit her up this morning.
Yeah, I talked to her the other day because I kept texting her. She didn't answer, and that's not like her. So I knew something was up. And she said, she answered me back. And even Candy said she tried to get a hold of her and couldn't, but she finally answered. Something happened. I don't know what, but I'm glad she's all right.
I ran into Malibu Sky Music the other day.
Oh, no. Nah, she's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember her.
She said there was a bunch of drama over here that she didn't want to.
Yeah, at that time there was.
Yeah.
And a lot of good people left, and that's what, you know, even Faceplants notices too, that people don't come around because of that. So, you know, I even said last night to Dom and Axis that I noticed it too. You know, I'm always analyzing. You know, people might think I'm, you know, weak or whatever opinion they have, but I'm always analyzing. And a lot of times I'll let people take the mile after I give them an inch, just to, you know, I realize that they don't have respect. But I just don't get that, you know, like people dedicate their days to trolling or causing chaos, like whatever. They might be on drugs or something, but why else would somebody do that? What do they get out of it? Porn bombing people and shit, like that's fucking corny.
Any way to just distract from the message, I guess.
I got a red. Sir Drop sent me this beat. I put the beat on this morning. Oh man, it gave me chills. I said, "Uh-oh, I'm about to destroy this beat."
Yeah.
I like that new song that I played it. I played it this morning. My verse is critical in that. I just don't like the space that is left before I start rhyming. There's like space. I want to fill that in. It drives me nuts when I listen to it. If me and Sir Drop had a real studio and we laid down our verses, like took time to perfect it all, we would make some fucking banging tracks. Like if everything sounded perfect and aligned right, we could make. I have so many ideas if I had the equipment.
Yeah, both of you guys are fucking amazing lyricists.
Yeah. What's up, Fools and Tools?
Nothing much. I'm just home. I'm just finishing up some schooling with my younger kid, doing some English. Yeah, so he's just finishing up.
What other language? Speaking two languages is it's very useful in the work, like having a job and stuff. Being able to communicate in two languages. Is it what's the word I'm looking for? Because a lot of people, like even my family, they didn't teach. Like my grandfather spoke German, but it wasn't passed down to my mom and my uncle and my aunt, which a lot of people who come from other countries, I've seen that a lot. With people become Americanized and they don't pass down the culture, you know. And I don't like that with my family.
When I was young, like we were really strict. My parents were really, really strict, but I think I broke it in my family tree. And then I left for a few years, and then when I came back, it was like, oh, we could talk English, we would have telephones on the table. It was like it was all changed, and it was like acceptable now. And Dad's like, it's easier now to communicate with the younger generation. He just caved, and it's just like he was so strict with us, you know. And it was like embedded. Like we used to get like we were born in the 80s, and we were like like smacked a lot sort of thing, like we have to speak Greek, and there was no TV, like phones on the table and stuff like that. But then it just spun around, you know what I mean? It's just different now. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
You're
Like I'm happy.
I like
I changed it. Like my family tree. But I changed all the abuse in that. But then my parents did the other way, like with they didn't keep the culture how they like, you know. But then with the technology, like it just went backwards with other things. You know what I mean? It was like I was happy that they stopped the abuse and all that, but it was like the other stuff. It just like it was just funny because I left and when I came back, it was like they're in like in another state and I'm in Melbourne. So it was like I just don't see their point of views on a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? That's the clash.
What language do they speak in Australia? I never knew Australia had their own language.
But Australia's like English, like how we talk, like it's Aussie, like it's Australian. But me personally, I was brought up with to speak like Greek and English but yeah, so it's like here it's like it's multicultural. Everyone's like it's like I don't know, like I've always been around like a lot of different nationalities and stuff. So it's like everyone's got their community and culture, you know what I mean? It's Australian, but everyone's got their community. It's like we speak Australian.
Yeah, I like Australia. Maybe one day I'll be able to travel there. I heard it's beautiful, except for the desert. You don't want to get lost in the desert. Is that a shroom? Look at this picture. I don't know if that's a brown shroom or a tree. Melbourne, Australia. Man. That's a beautiful place.
I fell in love
You
with it when
know,
I first came here, New 2000, the buildings, because I was born in Sydney, New South Wales, but then when I was 12, we went to Queensland, central Queensland, so we went to country sort of thing. So Melbourne was a bit of both. It was a bit of Sydney and country sort of thing. The buildings here, I fell in love with it in New 2000, and I left when my house burnt down. I left and I came back. Because I didn't like yeah, but I don't want to be here anymore because what's going on. But I love the architecture. But now I know what the architecture, because it draws you in here. The architecture, it does draw you in. It has a frequency. It does. Like when you go to these buildings, you get like sucked in. It's like and it's like magical. Yeah, I don't like Sydney too much and all that, but in Canberra too. I've actually been to Canberra too, and I've actually driven in that star thingamajiggy sort of thing, and I didn't realise what it was, and now I know. Now looking back, I go interesting.
Kind of similar to that lady Shea Butter bought.
man. Sorry. Never ends. Never ends. You always have something to do. Never take a laugh. Why do we clap our hands? I don't know. Why? Clapping is the most common sound that humans use without our voice. But why? When we clap our hands, we send energy, activating 2 secondary chakras in the palms. We do it as a social gesture to show approval and admiration. What we don't understand is that we unconsciously send energy in form of gratitude. Also, by clapping our hands in group, we connect in energy and spirit form. It's a primitive but most effective way to connect members of a group. Interesting. Wouldn't holding hands be a more efficient way? I don't know. They say the hands are powerful. Especially when you ball them up. Look at your fingerprints. Water, fire, and earth. Let me look at mine. I have fire. That's wild, because I am a fire sign. Yep, I got fire. Interesting, dude. Oh, wait.
Mine's
It's like a
cross.
blend of fire and water.
Yeah, mine's like a cross between fire and water. I don't know if you can see that.
You ever? I gotta get that story of when fire and water meet. That's what someone had told me. There's a story similar to that. It's awesome to have Fools and Tools come up. I think you came up before Fools and Tools.
No, I think this is my first time with you on your channel,
Yeah.
just to prove that I'm real.
I think it was Danny Starlark who came. I don't remember.
No, Danny did. You keep thinking it was me that day.
Oh, okay. can't hold hands on a walk, I lose my balance. Yeah, there's a lot. I think this system, even though it's up to us to elevate our consciousness, and free ourselves from these pyramids that a lot of us build within ourselves, probably blindly, Um, even me, I started to build a religious prison within myself, but I'm just glad I only got half the foundation done, and then I tore it down.
It's what Axis said today about generational. Like we don't realise how deep it goes when we've been taught like it's normal what is. Like how do you know that you're doing something that's wrong or something when it's always been right?
Wait, explain that again.
Okay, so when you're born into a society that's always done a certain thing, what if it's not the right thing? But you don't know any better because everyone else is doing, is taught to be that it's taught to be right, but it's not.
Yeah,
Because
I know
that's the
what she's
problem
saying.
now.
Cultural
Yeah.
norms.
Generational. It's just not now. It goes back generations, a couple of generations, even 2 to 3. I love what Axel said this morning because it is.
Is there an example you can think of?
Also, okay, there's a thing there's a thing now with a certain culture, right? How to cook a roast. They cut it. I saw this short, and this guy he says it. They cut the roast. It's certain people when they cut the lamb roast or they cut this roast, they cut it, and they don't know why they cut the end of it off. All right, and then they said, I asked grandma. So she goes, well, I don't know. I'll ask her mother, right? And they go, it's because the oven was small. But they didn't know better. They just thought it was the way that they did. They spiced it up, they chopped it up, and they put it in the oven. But it was just because the oven was small. And it's little things like that. It's just like, how do you know that you're doing something that's wrong when you've just it's a way of being. Like you used to do something with your left hand, now do it with the right. You know what I mean? It's just certain like that when you don't know, when it's just been always shown you a certain way. When there's, because last generation there's been a lack of try and error. It's just like this. That's it. That's the way it goes, and we've forgotten how it was before. All this conditioning. The way I see it, right? Like we brought into I got brought into a religion to think it's this way, a certain way, and now I got taught that it's not. It's because how I split my energy, but you don't realize that if you don't know, if you're not willing to break it down and realize where this information and why you're doing it. So if you understand where you're splitting your energy from and why, then you can have a better understanding. Because it's generational. It's just society and culture. It's a conditioning.
Even religions and conditioning is passed down. Even politics, religion, racism, ideologies of all sorts.
The 100th monkey effect comes to mind.
What was that?
The 100th monkey effect comes to mind.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to show a heartbreaking video talking about animals. I don't know how true this video is, but I seen it this morning and it pissed me off. Because of hold on. Let me take this picture off. Now look at this picture first. How they got laser that they shoot at the star to line it up, and I think they're listening to the frequency of these stars. That's what they're able to do. Maybe we each do have a star, because if that's the case, then we're definitely in some sort of. They say the world's a stage, so what if the stars are the CD player, and we're in a movie, right? Life's a movie. Chuck, what are you talking about? You're stupid, yo. I like this picture for some reason. This is a geocentric model, but still has the Earth at the center. Now, it went from a flat plane within the cosmic egg, right? Like a gyroscope, and then it went to it went from the plane to geocentric to heliocentric. They had to slowly get people to believe we're on a volleyball. They put us on the outside of it.
They say in the hollow earth, there's amount of water that's 3 times the amount of the whole earth, like 3 times whatever the earth is, times that by 3. That's how much is in the hollow earth. That's what I heard.
As far as the hollow earth,
For the hollow earth theory.
I don't think we're in the hollow earth, but that's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah.
I think there's underground stuff like these pictures show. There's definitely, I think some of these buildings might be just the top like this shows. And, underground train, all sorts of stuff that the elite get to use, but not us.
I saw a short with underground, like Chinese, like ancient cities and stuff. I'm like, and then towards the end, it was like, I don't know if that's AI. Like maybe the first 2 are real, and then like the other 2, I'm like, nah. Like I don't know what to believe, but I know there's something under the ocean. I reckon that's where the monsters are. They're not under your bed. They're in the ocean.
Yeah, the ocean. Those are the aliens. Like fish, like uh-oh. They say there's waters above.
I think there's like I don't know. I know that the space that they're saying is they're in water, and then it makes me think what is out there, because it's like, yeah. So I'm thinking it's sort of some kind of liquid, something like, I don't know, but I know space is inner space. There's space within you. It's in a dimension of the earth. It's not solid. I don't care. It's not flat. It's not a globe. They're trying to lock us in. They're trying to lock us in because they can't. Whatever. It's with the time thing. It's locking with the 3D thing. They're locking us in time and all this bullshit distraction when it's really not what it
Alright, check this video out. I don't know how true it is, but it kind of is messed up.
Yeah, it's a bot.
Wild, man. The bear. Hold on.
Missed it.
Have they got that chained up? Hung around?
The bear kept walking in circles, and it was in a cage at the zoo. Now, why would you take a animal out of the wild, put it in the zoo, and then when it gets older, you put it into the wilderness? Like, it can't survive now. It lost all of its. It's like putting a prisoner in a cage and they're locked down 23 out of 24 hours. I shit you not. I've heard so many stories of people doing 40, 30 years, and they don't even want to leave prison because they're scared. They don't know what they're going to do. A lot of them can't handle it, and they end up going back.
But that's an example that they teach you when you go to these mental abuses. They teach you war. This is what they do to the convict sort of thing there. They make them feel like they can't do it outside, and they want to get back. They want to be back in, like the prisoners didn't want to get let out. It's a form of isolation. It's like people when they go to jail. They get back in because of the sense of security. It's mental abuse.
See, they just take your own words and put together a word salad and feed it back to you, and still doesn't make sense.
Check this video out. Remember they showed, damn, I forgot how long ago it was, but they launched a rocket and it looked like it was skipping along the firmament. Well, this is another launch that happened a little while ago, and this is what it showed.
It's like satellites or something. It's throwing out like satellites into the atmosphere. Satélites, no?
He said, "Hey Holmes, that's my delivery, man. That's my pizza. It's being delivered." That's wild, man. It's shooting out little balls of light. Huh. Maybe that's a bunch of cameras they're setting up to watch everyone from above, which I think they already have. And they could zoom in.
It's falling down or almost.
Maybe. That's wild. I don't think that's beyond the firmament. But yeah, that's wild. I like this video because it shows the phases of the moon on the top part. Yeah, that thing's cool. Anyway. That poor bear. Hold on. Alright. It should be gone now. There we go. No. Why is it playing with me? playing with. Echo. Go away. There we go. How's the weather in Canada, Faceplant? Maybe he walked away. Have you done any more research, Lucid, or you just been busy with Elios?
Man, I really haven't been doing anything. I mean, I've been reading this book, and it's pretty fucking amazing. Maybe I'll fucking it's just talking about a new way to think and bringing out you know, solutions to many of society's problems. But I honestly, the solution is extreme honesty to oneself, and because once everybody else, it's gonna bring about lucidity, you know, and people would find solutions to the change that if we need it. I don't know, man. I mean, definitely something's got to change with, you know, these governments control the soul, basically, body and soul of the masses. And I mean, it's gonna come down to come to a new realization about oneself, you know, knowing what it is to be the experience, you know. But yeah, man, I'm gonna have to do some reading with you guys. I've been thinking about it, and I don't know, man. There's this fear that
Froze up.
of course.
I unfroze him.
Did you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't cutting out there.
No, you were cutting out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you Borg a little bit. Maybe because you're moving around. I don't know. Like it seems when you're walking, it like freezes up and then comes back, freezes up and then comes back. It's all good. Take you guys with me to the store so I can get this over before it gets too hot when the sun's directly over. That's where I made a mistake yesterday, bro. I fucking walked like 6-7 miles to try to prepare me for this hike I'm gonna do. And I didn't bring no water or nothing, bro. My muscles are seizing up. I was dehydrated, almost passed out. Trying to be Superman like I'm fucking 16 again.
Yeah, I've been like fasting from water. I mean, I had some coffee this morning, so I guess I kind of broke my fast there. But I've been trying to do like water from fruits and vegetables, basically, not of the. If I'm gonna do water, I'll put my crystals or whatever in it, my fruits or my herbs and stuff that I like to use, and make teas. And yeah, I kind of try to stay away from like mass amounts of like pure shit, you know. I like to do the bioavailable water, you know, you get from the from your food.
Diet's really important. I got wrongly diagnosed when I was arthritis. Stuffed up my kidney. And then 2 years ago, fibromyalgia. And then I looked into that. And I found that vegetables. So that's all the yummy ones. Chilies and so the last 2 years I cut that out of my diet so I can get my urine to alkaline. So if you get if you're pissing out acid, we're not healing. I bought a machine that my water's 8 point, and it takes it like the water comes 8.8 the percent the pH thing, and then and I've got another one that's connected to my sink that's 9.5, and so anyway, so the point was to make sure that I'm pissing out alkaline, because if you drink 1 can of soft drink, it can knock out 1 week of alcohol, like you know. So if I drink a can of soft drink now, that it'll take me a week now to flush me out. Everything now, that it'll take me a week now to flush it helps and it neutralizes. It's so important to alkaline thing with food, and not just water. And when you're fasting, just juice and like fruit and water. Just when you're doing a water sleep, fast, what do you call it? The alkaline fruit with the water, you know, we can still eat. You're just, you know, you're utilizing, you know, So what I'm getting at is not still vegetable kind like arthritis ones. Inflammation. Diet. So now I can eat a little bit of tomatoes and that, but not too much. But I've flushed my body out like last 4 years. So I can get back, but I don't eat a lot of it, but yeah. It's all about detoxing the heavy metals and stuff.
Yeah, I had to mute you up, Lucy, because it was interfering when she was talking. I'm gonna detox heavy metals. I've heard so many different ways to do it.
Yeah, I've got like this spray. It's got zellulite in it, and this other this clay. I've got this other clay thing here. It's called. I'm dyslexic, so my words. It's hard for me to like to read. It's called bentonite clay, and you can put it on your face in the bath, and clay, and it's like clay. you can't taste it, but you can drink it as well, and this gets rid of the toxins as well. And some other stuff. I haven't got it. Yeah. Where is it? I've got some other stuff. I can't remember what it is, but there's like people say. I forget the words, but yeah, there's Elionite and what I just said now, Beno, BNTONITE, Clay. Hello.
What's up, Naga? Hold on, let me drop the link if you want to come up.
Hey, JJ, what are you doing? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm outside, so. Yeah, it's hot today. I got to get to the store before noontime. It's already like 90. And yesterday I got so sunburned. I mean, not bad, but enough because I'm never outside in the sun. I needed that sun. I've noticed if I spend hours in the sun, I remember I could be in the sun all day when I was younger. It didn't bother me. But, you know, I go to sleep after being in the sun 8-9 hours, and then I wake up energized. Like, one thing about flat earthers, a lot of them, you know, have their opinions on what the sun and moon are, but it's really just speculation because my personal opinion is none of us know what the sun and moon are. People in power or associated with the people in power might know, but as far as, you know, people way at the bottom that have went through education departments of mental slavery, I don't think the sun is solid or the moon. I feel bad for this lady. Look at this lady. Uh-oh. I hear the cicadas. I mean, it's hot. See this lady over across the street with the carriage? She's no joke, in her 70s, I think. That's her. Every day, I see her with a cart full of cans. Every day. And she's not from here either. I think she's either from one of the islands or Africa. But every day, man, this woman is out and about getting that money, man. It was her and her daughter, but her daughter said, "Screw this, she got a job." I forgot where I seen her working. But yeah, they're homeless. They're from another country, and being homeless in this country, they say, is like being a millionaire compared to being homeless in their country. Because there's more ways to make money here. So God bless America.
It's hard when you're homeless because that's when you get attacked the most. I was homeless for 7 years. You find how your true friends are, and people really, really, oh my God, the people that you think they're there to help you, but they're not.
Yeah, I had to figure it out myself on YouTube. But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's I don't know what people get out of it, but whatever floats their boat, you know, whatever floats their boat. But then they got to find out Chuck sunk that boat. Sayonara. Poke a hole in it. Everyone's quiet. What's up, Faceplant? You still there? I bet you Faceplant is just chilling. I don't know what happened to Lucy. Oh, it's fucking hot.
No, I was weird. You know,
Yeah. StreamYard got to do something.
yeah, that's what I said. StreamYard needs more. I mean, it's a great platform for everybody.
Kind of porking out. It's because Lucy's in the mountains. If anyone's ever seen, well, Lucy, you showed your yard one time. I think it's awesome how your freaking yard got the mountains right there, man. How long would it take you to leave your door and walk to the mountains?
Walk?
Yeah, a couple hours. They look great, but I know they're not.
Probably take all day. It'd probably take good 8 hours.
How many?
Walking would probably take 8 hours.
Damn.
Yeah, I could drive. I could
the walk I
drive
gotta
probably. I could drive like 30 minutes.
From my house to the reservoir, which would probably, I said an hour, but it'll probably take a little more than that because I'm not fucking 16 anymore. Even 20 in my 20s. But I wish I was fucking 16 again with unlimited amount of energy.
Nah, I'm glad I'm not 16 anymore. 16 sucks. Just fucking, learning about the world, and fucking making mistakes, and
fucking people don't know how to drive, man. I swear. They go speeding up the street and then they slow down when they see me waiting to cross. Like even the buses, the city buses when I'm on, I never seen a person slow down at a green light. These city buses are hilarious. They slow down for a green light and look both ways. I'm like, what the fuck is this world coming to? Who does that? Who slows down at green lights?
I mean, I get it. They're trying to make sure that they don't got some Yahoo fucking crossing when they ain't supposed to be, but
yeah, that's exactly what it is. But I just like to talk shit. It's because there's like the bus route. They took the old train tracks, which proves America's industrial complex is shit now. It's no more. So a lot of these train tracks that were used for industrial travel. Hold on. Not used anymore. So they ripped it up. They ripped it up and put a bus route. It's a 15-minute bus route from New Britain to Hartford, and there's no lights except 2 crossing these major intersections. And yeah, that's why they do it, because I think someone burned a light and crashed into the bus. They're double buses at that. They should have put a fucking train. That's what I think they should have put. They should have put the Amtrak and made stops like New York City, but Connecticut's weird like that. You ever been to New York City? It's fucking awesome. I didn't even want to come home. It was so awesome. You could go from the Bronx. You're borging out real bad.
Ah, fuck. Buddy moved up to New York.
Yeah, you're borging out heavy. I don't know what it is. Hold on. Maybe it's the mic setting. Talk now. I don't know. Here's Kimba. Kimba's in the house without a doubt. Oh shit, I gotta put my headphones in. I was about to walk into the store with my fucking speakerphone on all loud. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Come on. Do 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 do. Yeah, you're borging out heavy, Lucid. I don't know if you want to try to fix it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm back. I'll go out and come back.
Alright. Hey, Kimba. Good to see you here.
Good to see you guys too. I'm just getting me a coffee. I just woke up. I'm getting me a coffee. I'll be here.
Alright. Let's buy some watermelon with no black seeds. Psych. I'm about to cook a burger. I'm gonna cook a vegetarian burger. That's so stupid, man. A vegetarian burger. That don't even sound right. Sorry if I sound muffled, but
I'm just busy making some French fries, but I'm listening.
yeah. Bacon. I'm gonna get some wow. There's some bacon lovers. All the bacon at $3.99 is gone. Somebody loves that cuisine. What do I have to get?
I'm trying to spin the camera. So just show me. I want to show you something, but I'm trying to spin the camera. Like not my front. I want to put the back to show you something I can't. Cause that's it. I want to spin it. See, that's my front. I want to show you something from the back. Okay, maybe I could do this. Let's just go. This is a juice I take. Where's the camera? My bush. It's a juice that's got alkaline and energized neutral immunity. This is like an organic super juice. This gets rid of like heavy metals, right? This is the thing I was talking about. It's like, where's the camera? I'm hopeless with this stuff. I'm trying to spin the camera. It's like cellulite, like it's no, it's ZEOLITE. It's a spray. Where's the camera? Like I'm trying to flip it, I can't flip it, and that gets rid of heavy metals. This is good because it's water and it's a spray. And my son took this. I took this like in 2018, and like I did it for my son for his concentration. He's autistic, and oh my god, it done wonders. And then I make I got a copper pyramid, like a big one that you can sit under, and under that and everything, it just settles him down and it helped him concentrate. But just this spray done wonders. And the other thing with his hyperactiveness and stuff, yeah, underneath the pyramid. But this thing. Pardon?
I thought Australians said Z instead of Z. Americans say Z. British and Canadians say Z.
I don't know, because I'm Greek. It's just like Z. So I say it's like I don't know, Z. So zoo, Z, zaza. So it's all, yeah, Z's. Zaza. So it's like Z for zebra. Okay, E for, okay, Z for zebra. Let me get my glasses now. Z for zebra, E for egg, O for oval, L for lot, L for, yeah. Now I can't read it. Is it ITE? Yeah. Now my eyes are going funny. Yeah, zeolite. So yeah, ZEOLITE. And you can get like I was listening to other people and other podcasters, and they were saying that you can get other substances around the world, like I don't know, and so many, I don't know. There's some synthetic one, the fake stuff, and all that, and going around as well. So you got to be careful what's going around. Like I don't know that was going around, but apparently that's what's going around, fake stuff. Synthetic, is that how you say it? The no good stuff, the crap.
Synthetic or synthetic?
Like the it's no good. I don't know. Like when it comes to, yeah.
Yo, mic check. Is that better?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, cool. Kimba, what's the good?
She went to get coffee.
Oh, okay. Was out walking was out walking the desert, dude. And I found this.
Uh-oh. It kind of froze up. What did you find? Oh, feather. Is that a hawk feather?
Yep. Fucking wicked ass feather. God damn it. I'm working again now. Okay, bro. Whatever the fuck. Tapping my phone. I'm gonna do this. Where's mine? Little mic check.
You're good. When you move the camera, it makes is it your phone or a camera? Now you bored. Yeah. Out. Hear what you're saying.
You're Borgen too, Charles. Oh,
I'm Borgen too.
well, a little bit in and out.
Oh, that's probably because his interference with, I don't know if it's Luther's phone or what, but it has like interference. Oh. Anyway, I'm trying to find this ibuprofen. It looks like they changed the capsule, the picture. I don't know what the hell this is. If it's a regular capsule, my roommate wants ibuprofen. Keep taking it, rock your belly out. Yeah, but I don't have. I don't want to get this. The wrong fucking shit. It looks like, you ever see them capsules that are clear? And what it looks like. I want 100.
I think Advil is ibuprofen.
Yeah.
Advil, do you still have that?
Oh, yeah. They have some right. Yeah, it is ibuprofen. I'm looking at it right here. I just hope this is the right, because the capsule looks different. It don't have that pill look. I hope this isn't what I think it is. Anyway, I could always bring it back. Fever reducer, pain reliever. I wish it had a picture of what it really looked like instead of stupid. Anyway, it'll have to do.
I haven't seen it in years, so I wouldn't even know what it looks like now.
It shows that little pill. It looks like one of those gel pills, but it don't say gel on it. So I think, yeah, it don't say gel. I hope this ain't gel. My roommate was fucking heated. Anyway, so everything's all right, Kimba. I could, I was wondering. I knew something wasn't, right, because you usually answer. Even me and Candy was trying to get a hold of you.
I know. Do me a favor. Don't bring that up out loud or nothing. I'm not going around.
I'll talk. You never called me. I don't even know what happened then.
No, I know. I'm not. It's not something I'm gonna bring up and when I really want to go through. But let me put it this way: I got a firm, long, hard taste at what it would really look like if you were actually considered like a terrorist. I don't know, and cops and paramedics came up in your own home and kind of just took you away against your will. So now I'm really in a state over here where I can't call paramedic or cop in my town for nothing. Not at all. They already got me labeled. It's just crazy. It's batshit nuts. So this last week I've had a whole new level of awareness of potentially what they're capable of, potentially of how strong we are, and how much they double down just on us people alone. You know what I'm saying? And how eerily tyrannical and wrong the system is. Just by experiencing my own neck of the woods, And that brings you to remember I asked you the other day, Charles, I was saying about, being marked a terrorist, and people are like, yeah, they got this out. But I meant like now actually have these entities, I should say, confirm it, tell you, and then come out and treat you accordingly to that little label there. It's a little different when you actually encounter it and you experience it and you're right in the midst of it. You know, having the level of awareness you have and watching all this go down around you, and you can't do a goddamn thing but to say, honestly, taketh away. So that's
Yeah,
more like I
Kimba.
was taketh away. They tooketh me away. I didn't do this. It took a few like this. Oh, yo, get me out of here. All because I had a panic attack. And I called for help. And it turned into that, for a few days. Yeah, so now I'm at that whole level of awareness where it's like, there's a bunch of people in on it. And not only that, they work in like 3 or 4 different units. You know, one particular one will work in like, be a paramedic, work in this center, work at the jail, work at this center, have a few different positions in one person. And I'm like, holy shit. Now how big does this shit really go? You know what I mean?
That's wild.
Yeah.
And I just want to state, it's like, whenever I talk behind the scenes with people, I don't go fucking speaking to anyone about it. Just to let, I don't do that shit.
No, I know.
I know other people. I would never do that. Like someone says, don't tell anyone. Even if me and the person didn't get along at some point, I still wouldn't do that to somebody.
No, I know.
But anyway, I had a feeling. I knew something wasn't right because I felt it. I said, man, it's been 2 days. You haven't popped in. I said, man, let me call Candy Tribe. And we were both just right when you had answered me back. Me and Candy were texting. I said, you heard from Kimba? And she says, no, I've been trying to get a hold of her too. So then I knew something definitely wasn't right.
Yeah.
I had to use my investigative skills.
Investigative skills. That's funny.
Yeah, because you always pop in, always. And for you to not do that, I just knew something was off. You even pop in just to say hi, even if you're busy. Or you at least answer me back.
Exactly.
So, please know people will figure something out. Something happens. There's people who care. So,
oh yeah.
Like if I died, people wouldn't even realize it.
Oh, I know.
I would be.
Much love, Kimba. My daughter done something similar. She sent. I don't know what. Do you understand what the cat team is? Like when you get like people that send you away, the cat team. I don't know how to explain it. Like here, it's like they take you to a psych ward. Like they bring people like to your house and they take you away. My daughter done this to me years ago because I was getting up her. She convinced this other girl, all right, and she put my Medicare details. She was next to kin. So I went for an operation for my, like, a few years later for carpal tunnel, and this chick was like, whatever, right, she was my next of kin, and thank God my dad was there. We changed it, but it was crazy. At this time when my daughter got the cat team to lock me up, it was only for a night. They took me there and they go, what are you doing here? I go, blah, 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 and they sent me away. I go, I know, but my daughter done that to me. Just because she didn't like how I was, and just because I stood up to her, she reckons, mum's acting out, like send her off. And I go, what? You made me look like an idiot. You made me look crazy. That was not fair. My daughter did that to me.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh my. Damn. Yeah.
This was years ago. She was like 20. She was like really young at the time. She knows better now, but this is what I had to deal with like a few years ago.
You know why I think they do Kimba? I
are slick. Like if you go to the hospital, you gotta always read what you're signing because I think in them contracts people sign to get help. It states if the doctor or nurse feels as though you're not mentally stable, they can admit you. You
Yeah.
sign the
Yeah,
contract, even if
yeah.
it's for a cut or something. You're
I had a
signing your life
stranger.
for them.
Yep, because in Australia at that time I didn't know a stranger, which was like a girlfriend that I didn't really know of. Like when I went for an operation for my carpal tunnel, like this was a few years later on. Like I found out she was my next of kin on my Medicare. And I go, what? That was that day that they saw me, and I go, unbelievable.
Mm. Right?
It's all about money. Even if you know, that's why I almost had to learn the hard way myself. You could even joke around and say, "I'll kill myself." That's it, bro. You done. You even joke around with that, they're gonna sign you into the. They're just gonna start banking money. What it's about.
Well,
That's all
I'm
they
glad
gotta
you
say.
said. Sorry, go on, Charles. Keep going.
And the police too. They sort of do it with labeling people that stand for their rights. They'll label them a problem, more or less, you know. So they're, and then the next time you say you call for help, they'll come 12 deep because it'll show up like a red flag or something. This America is not America no more.
I'm glad you said mentally unstable, Charles, because I was over here like I literally, they took me away in handcuffs because I hurt their feelings. Literally only because I went out in my front yard and cussed them out, not once, twice, probably 3 times a lady. Cussed them out and told them to get the hell on out of here. That's when they finally came in.
Did they ask you?
They
You know, when you
Baker
stand,
acted me.
I see
Yeah.
cops will ask the person, "Are you mentally all right?" You know, they'll start going that route because you're standing up for yourself. They'll ask,
Yeah,
"Are you
no.
mentally?"
Yeah. Yep. So I
Cops
was
are
thinking,
scum.
I was thinking I just hurt their feelings, but like you just said that, and I didn't even think of that. They probably saw me as, they labeled it as mentally unstable when I was just sticking up and saying, get out of my yard, you know, because they weren't helping. I was like, get the fuck on out of here. You ain't doing shit. Go on home. So me doing that a few times didn't help. That's what
No, you have
happened.
a right. Your
No,
property. You don't want
I know I
to
have
leave.
a right, but I'm saying going back, I could have probably handled it in a different fashion. But the way they were doing it in the beginning, you know, the way they already came in and how they were acting, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what they were doing. They were like pushing you. They pushed you to react. They pushed you to get more hostile. Oh, yes. That's what they were
Yeah.
doing, and it was working. And I'm over here, and my anger was going, boom, 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 and that's what they were trying. I was actually vibrating over here, so as I kept going up and up, that gave them the right to come on in my house and take me away. So it wasn't just hurting their feelings; they saw me as a risk, like probably a mental risk to myself. Oh, damn.
That's why they convince you to
Yeah.
leave your porch or your house. They're like, come outside and talk to us. Give up your rights at that point.
Yeah.
But I don't get how. Even if you're on your property, it's still like being in your house. So I don't know. Maybe apartments is different, but yeah, it took me a long time to realize that. Yeah, if cops knock on the door, I ain't leaving my house. I might not even open the door. I might talk
I
to
was
the
locked in my room. I was locked in my room. They were like, please open the door, man. I was like, fuck you.
Yeah, that's fucked up that people got to even go through that shit, man. And they won't leave. You tell them to leave, they, you know, they're just fucking pieces of shit, a lot of them. They're so bored at their job, they want to start problems. They want to have something to do. And they don't care if it's harassing the community. They don't protect and serve the community. They fucking destroy communities. I don't understand how a cop could be a cop in a community they don't live in. I think they should make it so cops have to live in the community.
I'm just glad it wasn't my first time there because I knew how to handle it. If it was my first time at 50 being in a place like that, I'd probably been like, holy shit. But I walked in like, oh God, game on. Here we go again. Here we go again. How many days? It's a 72-hour hold. Okay, 72-hour hold. I got 72 hours to wait. And then when the dipshits want to release me because they're too busy collecting money, off of my insurance. So I could just come up, like you say, a money thing. It's like, great.
They charge $100 for an ibuprofen. One time I got the bill. Because when you don't have state insurance, they send you a bill and it lists everything they charge you for. And it said ibuprofen, $100. One pill. I shit you not. I was like, man, I need to get in that business. My bad. What's up, Naga? Naga's in the building. We got, who else is still up there? Lucid, Kimba, and Space Plant jumped off. Thanks for coming up, Space Plant. I'm almost back in the crib. It is hot today. I bet you New York City is roasting. I want to know how people go swimming in Coney Island. That is gross. Right at the base of the Hudson River. Oh, the Hudson River stinks so bad. I think that's the base of the Hudson. But either way, the Hudson is disgusting. When you're coming into the Bronx, that shit stinks.
They go swimming very carefully. They put a hazmat suit on. Good morning, Naga. How you doing?
Hey, much love to the panel. Salute. What's going on, Charles, Kimba, Lucid, Fools and Tools. It's good to be good to catch you on the panel.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm over here wondering if it's going to come time to all us people sharing stories of how many times we get locked up over what, and for what we did right, what was supposedly wrong. Are we going to enter that era? Hey, I just took up for myself today. What did you do, Bob? Well, I just said something and now I'm here. What did you do today, George? Well, I stuck up for myself too. Where that lands you over here in this unit. What about you? What about you, Fools and Tools? What did you? Who did you have to put in their place today? Oops. And you went where? I mean,
that's kind of, it's like an oxymoron story. That would be like an oxymoron story because, shit, I remember, every time I got locked up, every single time I got locked up, I remember, they was right for locking me up, because, I approached the situation wrong. Not because I was wrong, not because I was guilty, of what they said I did, but because I approached the situation wrong.
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of us, that's what we fell into, is handling this situation the right way, in a legal way. I don't think we're ready, to do shit, our own way. So, if we're going to do shit, we might as well do it the right way, according to them. That's what I said, because we're not ready, for real, to be doing our own shit, as we want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's our approach. Had we been ready, to handle shit our own way, we would have take a different approach every time. We would never took the approach that we took, that got us locked up. So yeah, it's how
Yeah.
we respond to shit.
Exactly. And they push you up against the wall because we're in times right now where people's awareness is getting heightened. They're becoming aware. Oh, it made me think of Jay heightened. It's becoming heightened. People are becoming aware. Now just throw on a little more, tyrannical behavior of abuse from the authorities. Now you're going to get someone backed up against the wall and angry. See, that's what they did with me. Now I couldn't fight. I already knew where I was going. Did have to clear myself, I had to make sure in the middle of trying to get them not to handcuff me because I was trying hard, that I didn't lash out and accidentally kick them, or slap them with a hand. I had to be careful with that because they could have threw down a charge on a Leo very quick, or battery on a Leo. But I had to be very careful. So I did go a little bit overboard, but then again, I was also like, contain yourself to a certain limit, I was like, because he was like, you're not going to jail. I was like, I hope not. I didn't do nothing. He's like, but you are being Baker acted. I was like, okay, done that stuff before. I've done that. I can do that again. Let's go test the waters this time and see how it is. That's just what it came down to for me, Let's see what it's like in the units this time when I turned it into a lesson,
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, let's see how bigger the game is now. Let me go on these 1 and 2s. Oh, let me see how much more progressed is your game. And come to find out, I hate to say it, Charles, Naga, everybody, their game hasn't increased any. I witnessed that firsthand. You even had the technicians in there that were like, these people don't do this right. They don't do this. Hell, the technicians were bonding with the patients over the people that ran the place and shit. So, yeah, it was.
I mean, they've always been organized.
Yeah.
We just never able to, get ourselves in an organized manner as a people, which should be our first step. But we don't respect that line enough to have to draw our own line. We're too busy talking about fuck their lines. We don't respect their lines. That but we don't even have our own shit. I think we should respect it enough, to have our own line, you know, and we can start really do shit the way we want to for real. But other than that, man, they've always been organized. We not.
All right. Sorry, I had to put some stuff away. Had to get that shit done quick. It's already hot outside.
I know.
I almost died yesterday doing a 7 mile jog and walk at the same time. I didn't bring no water, Gatorade, and yeah, it was terrible. I forget that I'm 43 years old. When I try to run, I literally don't even think about how old I am, and when I'm running, I'm like, oh my god, I'm out of shape. Like, if
Right?
I was being chased by the police, I don't think I would even run, man.
Now you couldn't run.
For real. I'm
Now
getting
you
too
just be
old
like,
to be running.
you just sit down. Come, okay, come get me. I'm not running. Yeah. I have to go in
Me and,
town later, and I don't look forward to that at all.
me and Sir Drop will be working on another track. You heard the new track we put together?
I heard one he had on his channel.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't
Yeah.
put it on my
Okay.
channel because I want people to go to Drops and check out a lot of his work because you know, people don't give Drop the credit he deserves. In my opinion, they don't. I don't think they respect his craft. Is how good he is. He's a really good lyricist. I enjoy listening to his music. Um, if he mastered a lot of his music, and you know, I know we don't have $1 million studio, but still, if he mastered a lot of his music and sold it, or not even sold it, just mastered it, like,
Yeah.
you know, it takes a long time to mess with all the volumes and make sure everything sounds. It takes a while just to do that, let alone put the lyrics down perfect.
Yeah, he has talent.
I mean,
You could say that.
Job is definitely talented. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, it's like you know, most of us here, you know, we just never
Yeah.
took it to the next level. You know,
Mm.
having talent is is one, but willing to develop your talent is another thing. You gotta
Yeah,
have that motive. You know,
I don't think people respect my talent or my skills on the mic. That verse that I put down, and I said, what I say? Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian. That whole verse was fire. It's probably one of the best verses I've written in a long time. And it went so smoothly when I was writing. It was all coming to me perfectly. Now I got to try to match that, and it's going to be hard because whenever I got in my mind to match something, it don't work out that way.
I know. I got paint set out, Charles, to do my next painting, but I just been stagnant, and I'm like, I want to dive in there so bad and do it. I don't have that motivation. I mean, I have it all set up and ready, like, yes, it's there. I want to do it, and it's right on my deck. But then a part of me is like, I don't have that motivation right now. I just don't. I want to. So I tend not to think into it, you know? Like today, I'll just go out later, do my chores, and then when I come in and I'm around here and I have stuff done, or not even stuff done, because I don't even go that hard on myself anymore. I'll just dive in and do the painting, you know? I tend to go in and not think about it. Before I know it, I'm halfway done, and then I have a painting. I'm like, oh, look, I did it. I got a painting here.
yeah, Kimba, that's what I was talking about. You know, is that
Yeah,
motivation? You know, to willing to further your talent.
yeah,
A lot of us, we don't have that right now. You
I
know,
know.
because we locked in on finding out the the missing pieces. You know what I'm saying? To who we really are. You know, so that's where the motivation coming from is knowing who you are, uh, who you're doing it, and what you're doing. You know who you're doing it for, and what you're doing. You know, all that is by knowing. You know, uh, who you are for real. You know, like LeBron James, he know he's LeBron. You know what I'm saying? He know what he do. He know what he got recognized for. You know, that ain't a a debate for him. You know, like all the greats. You know, Michael Jackson. You name it. You know, these people know who they are. You know, but when it comes to us, like a lot of us, we're still looking for the missing pieces. You know what I'm saying? To really find out who we really are. So therefore, we only motivate to do that. Our only motivation is to do that. So we don't have no motivation to further our talent. It's like you ain't gonna motivate to do nothing before you eat first. You know what I'm saying? And you could start doing it, you know what I'm saying? But you ain't going to further it anywhere. That's what your identity do. You know what I'm saying? It fills the void that that's in you. You know what I'm saying? That uh wondering, right? It filled that. You know, I could go, a different way, about it, when we like getting into the field, what the field in is, you know, or the field. But that's a whole nother topic right there in itself.
Um, the Jesus crucifixion between the two thieves. It's interesting how that's the left and right brain, and the center part I think would be or the sun and moon like it's showing, or the center part, the crossroads would be the third eye. No, the pineal. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. That would. Or wait, no, that would be the serpent on the cross. That would be the spine or the chakras. Jesus on the cross is the serpent. So yeah, that would be the bottom right picture shows it the best.
Yeah, it's definitely all of that. The three Masonic pillars. Is a third one. Is any Trinity. Is the all seeing eye. With the triangle. Is any Trinity you can really put together. And once you start realizing the pattern is the trio, or is the triangle, or is the Trinity. Then you could start saying it, in different things. It's the same thing, as knowing what the Fibonacci uh sequence is. You start seeing it, or how it turn into different shape, into different things.
Whoever wondered about the Oreo cookie? I found some crazy symbolism with the Oreo cookie. Now, when I looked at the Oreo cookie the first time, I seen the Globus Cruciger, but it also has the Iron Cross, um, as you see in the bottom there, and the antenna shape sets the circle size in a division of 6. Well, I see the round part where it says Oreo, and then it has the double cross on top. That's the Globus Cruciger, which is held in pictures by Jesus. It's held by the Queen, a bunch of kings. It's held by a lot of
The
people in these
Pope,
so-called positions of power.
the Pope, too, right, or the Jesuit, one of them.
See, it even has. See, they're not showing the Globus Cruciger. They're ignoring that symbol in there, but that's
It's
fine.
crazy. It's crazy how they put it right in your face that the infinity is the double cross. I remember I said it before, in my avatar, when I did my infinity symbol.
I I always thought like the double cross was like the that as above so below, you know.
Yeah, is that, but is also it ties in, to the shape of the earth. It ties into to the rulers of the earths, right?
I gotta jump off here in like 15, 20 minutes. For the fact, I did some more reading from that Hyperborean book, but there's like a little. If people go back to watch it, there's like a pause because I had to screenshot pictures because when I was reading, the pictures were needed. But now I know this, I got to pre-prepare for the future reads because you know I couldn't read around. I couldn't keep reading without showing the pictures, unfortunately. But I think it's a good read, the book.
Oh, for real though. Why a simple Oreo cookies? Why so much sacred symbols in that one little cookie?
I don't know. It's mind blowing to me too. Why they put symbolism? Well, they put it all over the place in their snacks. You know, on symbols to food. That shit's everywhere. Maybe these symbols have more power than we understand. You know. Now look at this picture. I thought was interesting because it's the Jews
Oh,
worship Saturn, right? And Islam does worship the moon, and then Christianity worships the sun.
what this thing let me know? It let me know that you can't trick the body without first getting to the mind. The body is not going to receive the thing. So I think it's like you can't put a cassette in a DVD player and expect it to play,
Yeah, you can.
right?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. You're right about that.
Without first changing, change you know the computer. We know radio don't have computer; they have a motherboard and stuff like that. But I'm just putting it in that perspective. Unless you change the computer, it's not going to read it. I know. I remember I did that once. I did. I removed. I think the lens from a PlayStation 2 that then wasn't working and put it in a PlayStation 1 and thinking that I was going to turn it into a PS2, but I end up fucking up my PS1.
All praises due. Now look. Now who jumped off? Fools and Tools. Thank you for coming up, Fools and Tools. I really appreciate. Excuse me. I really appreciate it. Um,
Yeah, shout out to
to for you to come up and share. It was awesome. I hope you come up again. But this, I wonder. Now I look at the stars as an album player because I'm gonna pull up pictures. You see the album. Now, when you fast forward, if you record the stars and you speed up the tape, and you can see how the lines look just like an album. It's fucking mind blowing, dude. I'm gonna pull up a picture. Now, this is supposed to be the solar system, which is a crock of poop.
Picture.
yeah. That's what the Milky Way galaxy is. It's a record.
So the moon moves quicker than the sun, it says. A lunar year is approximately 354 days, 8 hours, 48 minutes, 34 seconds, and 1/4 of a Niagara second. Purely lunar calendars lose around 11 days per year, relative to the Gregorian calendar of nonsense. But the Hebrew calendar is both solar and lunar. Yeah. Whatever, Hebrew. Hebrew or he blue? Oh. Let me see if I could find that picture. Come on. I know for a fact I have one somewhere. It's probably going to take eons to find it. I found this new dunce cap. People are going to wig out on this.
Yeah, Hebrew is slang. We still speak Hebrew today. You know, we tell each other all the time, hey bro, listen bro. You know, Hebrew is hey bro.
Hey bro, Hebrew. Oh, come on. I know for a fact I got. It's probably gonna. I'm gonna be here searching and digging. I could probably just look it up and find it quicker than it's gonna take to dig through these pictures. But I'm stubborn. I'm gonna keep looking. Great.
You know what I learned? I learned that certain feelings we have go with certain organs in our body, like not just the chakras, certain organs in our body. So I learned this weekend that like the feeling of forgiveness vibrates. I guess it's I don't know. I can't really describe it because I'm still new at this, but like the feeling of forgiveness, that matches the same frequency as your gallbladder. And when I learned that, I was like, oh man, your gallbladder? Really? Guess what? Me and my whole family don't even have our gallbladder anymore. And we're over here having a hard time. Well, not me. I can do it pretty good. I got over hump. I can forgive. But I'm noticing my family members who don't have their gallbladder have a very hard time forgiving. And I'm over here like, what's up with that? If that feeling is supposed to go with a certain organ, and you know, our lovely Western medicine field wants to remove your organs for whatever reasons, could that enable your ability to, you know, go through that process with that feeling, you know, of forgiveness?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
But I was like,
Forgiveness,
wow.
forgiveness sound like, you know, a religious tool. You know, so
Yeah, I was discussing it with the technicians where I was at, and I was like, really? I was like, so if we have different feelings with different organs, it's even deeper? You know, of course, that I felt like I sunk into a big pool again. I was like, it goes deeper? So they give us, or even if we mess it up, let's say, you know, we messed up our own organs by what we do to it, okay? I'm over here like, does the medical team, are they aware? I mean, maybe not the team, but whoever put it in place, are they aware that if we remove certain organs of us, it's gonna, you know, mess up our capability to process those feelings. And I was like, oh my, that's some deep stuff. You know?
And I think, listen, man, I think, forgiveness is a religious tool. This is why, people go to the priest, and confess, you know, and expect forgiveness, from so I think it's something that allow religion to get to your heart, right? Because when you forgive somebody, right, you want to tell them why you forgive them, right? And you want to tell them that, you like deeply, you want to really tell them the reason why you want to do it. And you want to, also tell it to yourself. You want to make sure that, in your heart, like you clear, you touch up, certain part, of your heart. So it's all lead to your heart, to trying to understand something from your heart. But that's why I think it's a religious tool. But I don't think, it really has something to do, physically with like an organ, like, something like that. If anything, I think it's just it's just a hack. It's just something that people use trying to get to you, just like psychology. It's just that people use to get to your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
Yeah, shout out to
Sorry
Dom.
about that. I had a phone call. Hey, Dom. Now, where is this picture?
Hey, Charles.
See, I was rudely interrupted here. I had a phone call. And,
Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Kimba. Hi, Nega.
Hello, bro.
Charles, you got a minute? Can I just share something? Because I just knew if I was going to chat this, I would have to open up Windows to make sure I'm spelling everything correctly. What you're tapping into, Kimba, is like when people talk about acupuncture, and how we disharmonize the body when we do remove parts, or somebody gets into a car accident or some sort of accident, and now they're going to be affected by the weather. We have a lot of things that are aligned with the luminaries, with our body parts. So we are that, and that is us, in a sense of our vessel. So you are tapping into something, Kimba, and I know there's people that have actually put a lot more research and explained themselves how those things work. So thank you, by the way, Kimba.
Oh, thank you.
We're not designed just because we're in different colors, different shades of our skin. That plays a role. So it's just a lot of times we get caught up in our feelings with our likes and dislikes, opposed to just taking it for what it is and then go inwards. Why am I this tall? Why am I this color? Why am I this gender? Kind of ideal.
Oh, that gives me a whole new meaning when people say don't get stuck in your feelings. I'm over here like, oh, because it could potentially cause harm to your organs. Don't get caught up in your feelings, and then they're going to want to come and take us away your organ.
Same when people say the word mindset. What happens when you focus in on one thing, you end up ignoring other things. And we should be in harmony. Nature gives us that example. Now, with nature, obviously people say, yeah, but nature is very destructive. I said, but it's still in harmony. It has a purpose. That's why we have seasons.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to show this. I was just showing Naga the album, right? Reminds me of this. The stars are like an album playing a song. When you speed it up, you could see. And you see it in like cosmology too. The album. All the different albums. Like the universe is playing an album and we're or a movie. It's Fibonacci sequence too.
Yeah, that's what it is. An album is all boom, like bloom, like a flower, like flowers bloom. That's what the Fibonacci sequence is showing you, how things, spread out, extending it, expanding.
That's just my opinion. Can I prove it's an album and the stars are the vibration of the stars are are what is giving the energy to this realm, or I can't prove it, but it's a possibility. I've seen people record the stars with the camera, and yeah, people say the stars rotate a whole 360 degrees every day or every night. I don't know if that's true.
So what I know for sure is that the Matrix is the album, is the record. That's the record that keeps spinning. The scratch. The scratch is the glitch in the Matrix.
That makes me want to say, play that funky music, white boy.
I started looking into I'm trying to go into other websites like Russia and China and India, as you see there, to try to find their cosmology that isn't even in English, to try to find stuff I haven't seen.
Yeah, that's what a calendar is, man.
It's the same old stuff, man, on the internet. That's a problem. Like Dom, we were talking about this on Axis channel for a little bit. All the information we get is coming from who? Whether it's religion, politics, school, textbooks, whatever. Even the internet. It's all coming from, most likely, I'd say 90% of it, besides people. Well, yeah, we could count all of it, because the people that put their information are getting it from the information they put out. They're either regurgitating it or changing it, and that goes for me too. My information comes from nowhere special. Comes from the internet, and then sometimes I get answers within myself too. But
Hey, I get it all the time for myself. That's what makes it very special, because it's coming from a special place, which is my heart. So that's why I'm very passionate. The way I talk about the things I choose to talk about.
How do we get our own information? When Dom mentioned, I think it was Dom, or we were talking about the information all comes from these people in these positions of power, or people that intertwine with the people in these positions of power. Man, it's like I'm gonna create my own information from within me. I don't want to regurgitate no more. So I guess it'll start with experiencing.
It starts with what we was talking about. It start with what version of of the album that you want. So it start with your cosmology, with your conception of the universe. How do you conceive this universe? Not how do you perceive it, right? inside of, you know, how you conceive it, it determine, you know, how you perceive it. But first you want to have a 360, look of it. You want to know how to operate from a 360.
So if we can play with the word information, are we actually more times than not doing information we're receiving from within, or are we actually being bombarded with schooling where they're putting something into us? Reading books isn't information. Now, it could have been downloaded to somebody and then they basically decided to write it. That's the photocopy version. So like I said, most of us, are we really allowing our receivers to take in information? Now, we can ask a question. What source is it coming from? Are you allowed to question those things? This is why thoughts are things, and you should be able to question things, which is thoughts. Afterthoughts, the written and oral part, that's after. So this is why when people say, I'm downloading things, some people, like you said, Naga, they download it through their hearts. What goes to the heart? There's blood. What is blood? For some people, it's their ancestors. Memory. Maybe we reward ourselves for future generations by putting it into the blood. So again, when we use words, we should be very wary, or at least have they're saying the word insight, intuition. I use the word enlightenment with an I, not with an E. Different, same with enjoy. Once you start changing things around or perceiving things differently, then you see a shift. That's why when people take information in this part of the hemisphere, opposed to when you go in another part of the world, the hemisphere, would the Asian way of writing be successful and to be taught more on this part or more on the Eastern part? Again, those are things that we could pose, and we could use examples to prove it one way or the other. So once again, this is why they talk about the kingdoms within. You have many kingdoms within there, many houses or homes. And each one can go into wards, like Kimba was talking about, in the organs and all that other stuff. This is why we can store our emotions, different types of energy inside of muscles or organs in this case. Now, a lot of the things I just shared is just something people can note it. It's not about you can combat it and say, well, I don't agree with it. I said, well, if you were never aware of something or you've never utilized it, that's okay, you've never used your left hand in a long time. It's going to take a while before it actually gets back to speed. So for a lot of us, we just don't really use our brains as well as it could be. And the ones that do, well done.
Hey, Dom, did you happen to catch that video I showed a few minutes ago? Or you just came on?
Yeah, I just came on. I apologize, Charles. I just heard Kimba talk about the muscle part, and I kind of went on a rant. No. I can go back at it. I can go back and what you guys are talking.
No, I'll show it. It's only a 6-second video. I'll put it up real quick, and we'll speak on it.
Thanks.
So I downloaded this because allegedly this bear was in the zoo, right? They captured the wild bear, they had it in the zoo, and when they were done with it, when it got older, they released it back into the wild. Now the bear was locked in a cage probably for most of its life, and they're stating, I don't know how true this is, but that bear, as you can see, will continue to walk in circles in its invisible cage. It's almost like it's still in that mind state of being in. It's so, and I could relate to that. And I've only done the max 2 years. I did that twice in my life, and then many other skid bids, which is like 4 months. Just little farts in and out. But the 2 years, I started to get used to being in the cage. I can't imagine 30 years, 40 years. I've listened to prisoners say they were so nervous that they were going home, they didn't want to. That's wild. They didn't want to go home. They didn't know what to do outside of that cell. They were scared. They wanted to stay in prison. The guard will come and say, your time's up. It's time for you to go. And they'll be like, I'm not leaving. That's crazy. They didn't even want to be free. They're just so.
That's
But I
their
see
fault,
in
man.
that bear is stuck in that loop.
But that's what's going on, though. In reality, most people don't want to be free. That's why people are holding on to the system so much. You know, from 20, from 20, I could say 2015, 2016, people had the opportunity to branch out from the government, but people refuse to do that because people don't want to be free.
I think Nag at that point there's a defense mechanism. Terms like free and healing it could be very misleading. You know, a person that's been entrapped and they haven't been, the best you could do to them is maybe ever so lightly share awareness with them, because it's too big of a leap to say, well, I'm free. And then they'll say, okay, well, my defense mechanism will test you and say, what is your interpretation of free? And then you'll give them a description. And it's like, yeah, that's too blinding for me. So for that bear in that example, they would have to become aware of animals, and they probably do have some sort of, they're usually led with the emotions, where they would have to realize that they're safe now, and that would be a form of awareness. But again, this is where people have this erroneous view, thinking that we're like animals that way. We're also intellectual. So healing something without understanding how it came to be, you're just going to go back. That's why when people that are, alcoholics, they go to recovery, because they're not really addressing the real issue that's always been there. Their emotion. Are they developed? Are they not developed? What are you angry about? In this case, for people that are alcoholics, for people that are smoking, it's grieving. So once again, it's I'm not to denounce that, Naga. It does work for some people, but it's too big of a leap for most people to think that, oh, I'm going to be free. Free from what? I'm still in the vessel. Yeah, but it's just a vessel. I said, well, then you're not truly free then. You're playing a game limited with your awareness, unless you just say, okay, I'm just going to be aware. People can have that moment of awareness, discernment, but then they got to do the work, not just where they're going, where they've been. And that'll be done in the moment, opposed to, okay, so where am I going to go with this? How does this serve me? You know, I'm using words for myself. I'm speaking out loud, where a lot of people say, well, Dom, you're going to teach me. I said, no, you're asking me to indoctrinate you more. To me, I'm only just sharing. It could be a story perceived by somebody else. But we even have to realize, okay, but then how am I truly free? The concept of free will, especially if you're a Muslim, it's oxymoronic. Because if you have a will, regardless if it's free, captured, narrow, whatever way you want to use a word with the word free, with the word will, then how do you submit to a thing called Allah? You know, to just aimlessly give it to some entity is a waste of energy. That's why most Muslims fall by the wayside when they start challenging it with other dogmas like state. It's the same with Christians. It's the same ideal. They're clinging to a belief system that they've never questioned.
Sharing is squaring. You know, a lot of time people say sharing is caring. I hear it a lot. But sharing is squaring. You know?
Yeah, I'm with you. Squaring, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, that's a good word, by the way, Naga. That's a good word.
Yeah. So, the Christian, they want to share the gospel, the good news with you too. Right? The Muslim, they want to share Islam. They want to bring peace upon you. Every form of organization, use peace. In order to advertise, what they're doing, in order to share it with you. But like I said, sharing is squaring. So there is a line, that you should be drawing yourself, right? But you were saying that people are walking around looking for somebody to draw the line for them and tell them, okay, this is where once you cross that line right there, you can never go back. When they themselves should be able to draw that line.
Well, you do know, you probably hear other people probably go inwards, and you realize how challenging it could be. What is a square? It's a box, and it's four corners. You know, why do we have northeast, west, south? Why do we have four winds? You know, there's an anchoring going on here, and in that anchoring, we must have done something or not do something. If it's about to do anything, that gave us this reward. Again, reward. Why are we in these physical vessels? You know, most people worry about what they perceive through the eyes. Well, the world is cruel. I said, no, the world is the way it is. It's the world that's within. Be in the world, be in the vessel, but not of it. So now, what are you here to learn? What are you making amends? Some people can perceive it. I've committed a sin, or are you in a sin? Meaning that you're in a vessel. You've done an abomination. Go ahead.
Are you innocent? Oh, damn. Okay.
You know, are you in an abomination when you mix two different type of species? That's what could be called an abomination. You know, the fallen ones with the earthly ones, and that's the offsprings. where are they going to lay their heads now? Are they going to be earth beings or spiritual beings?
The flesh is a prison for the spirit or soul. That's why it's called a rib cage.
Peace, London.
Sometimes it's a twin, man. Sometimes it's a twin. It's a Gemini. Sometimes it's two girls. It's two boys. Sometimes it's a girl and a boy. Right? But the most basic, you know, blueprint that's supposed to be used, you know, before anything is the girl and the boy, just like the mama and the daddy.
Peace, London, man. Good to see you.
Not every time it gotta be one or the other. Sometimes it's both. And we, you know, I don't know, for some reason we can't grasp that, you know, that type of comprehension.
Child of love or kid of spawn.
In the book of Lilith, she was one of the last to, I don't remember the whole story, but she was the last one to accept the flesh, because she stated she didn't want to be in the flesh because she knew it was a prison for the soul or spirit. I still don't know the difference between the soul and spirit. I've been told, but to me, I think it's the same energy, but I'm most likely wrong. But yeah, she didn't want to be in the flesh. She wanted to be free. And I thought that was interesting that was stated.
But
Excuse me.
That's misinformed, you know, because if you understand what the soul and the spirit is, they can't be contained. So whether, you know, it's in a bottle, whether it's in the body, you know, it can't be contained. You can never water gonna always find its way out. Air, smoke always gonna find its way out. Oxygen always gonna find its way out. So you can't, you know, when it comes to the soul and in the spirit, you cannot contain them into a finite container, into a finite, you know, thing. You know, for the body to be able to imprison the soul and the spirit, the body will have to be infinite. And this is why they don't want the body to reach it's an infinite state, immortal state.
Look at these hats. Look at this dunce cap I found. This is some tech or something. Got some levers on it. I forgot whose hat this is, but it reminds me of this guy's hat, the Chakra Man. Or it's kind of like the Berlin Gold hat, the Column of Energy. And there's other hats that they wore in Asia too that are similar to these. Now I wonder, these hats they created in some can enhance the state of the mind. It's sort of like a extension cord.
As above, so below. That's why a lot of people say, these are phallus worshippers.
Oh my, JG. Okay.
JP.
It's just
Anyone
represent
see this?
also below.
Look at this picture. I personally don't think there's reptilian people. Not saying they can't be created with genetic modification, or DNA, but maybe the reptilian mind state. But other than that, this is a cool drawing. The
Yeah.
world stage, the theater of war.
So we see things like Charles had shapeshift, whether it's air, water, it's shapeshift. So entertain the idea that some other species can shapeshift. And you would have to almost use the analogy of a computer. Where is data stored in a computer? But what is data? It's like us. We have memories. Where is it stored? That's why for me, I'll entertain the idea of soul data, soul contract. Whatever you have or whatever you create or whatever you sing where you're in this realm stays here. So this is where some people get the idea that you get a wipe. Well, it's not a wipe. It doesn't belong to you. This is why when people say, "Oh, I'm talking to one of my ancestors or whatever, or one of my loved one," I said, whatever was programmed or whatever was used then, another entity can play with it. Our voices can be recorded, our thoughts can be recorded. Isn't that what the computer's doing?
Yeah.
So this is why when I hear people say, "I own anything," and they are even mocking people why, when they talk about United Nations, you're going to own nothing, you're going to be happy. Both of those are illusions. Happiness is a moment. Sorry, Naga, is a moment in time. You can express any kind of emotion, and to own anything. What do you own? If I own everything, this is where people get caught up in control. If I own things or I control things, well, then where do I go when I go to sleep? And then people use this half-ass explanation. Well, I'm the vessel. Okay, so who's talking? It's like a child looking at a father or a mother and saying, "Where is your voice coming from?" That's an inquiry. That's the beginner mind kind of ideal. You almost have to go like a child and say, "I'm not going to combat whatever's sharing with me. I'm also not going to agree with everything you're sharing with me. I'm going to have like a deer in the headlight, interesting." But for a lot of people, they don't realize how many programs are laying. They got to defend it. They got to justify their excuses. I do it. I just do it consciously. But I try to resist of actually always sharing other people. Yeah, I'm gonna be triggered to a certain point. Probably be more triggered when somebody says, "Oh, Dom, thank you very much." I got to resist taking that compliment, because if I do, then I have to do the other part. "Well, Dom, you're an idiot." Yeah, whatever. At that point, I'll just say whatever inside of myself.
Look, me and Mines, I talked about that before. When we talk about the record, the album, one thing we didn't mention is the freestyle. You can't copy a record or album. This is why people have put bootleg DVD. People was able to get bootleg DVD, right? But you can't copy a freestyle. You can't copy a freestyle. A freestyle remain a freestyle. You can't remix a freestyle neither.
You know what I used to think about freestyles, Naga? Check this out. That's funny you brought that up, because I was thinking about it yesterday. I never knew that a freestyle was something somebody would write and use it, as like promotion. That's why it's a freestyle. I thought a freestyle, you'd go to the mic and just spit off the mind right there. Nothing written, just straight off the dome. But I had it all wrong. Because Sean Price says he don't spit freestyles, he spits fee styles. He charges money.
No, but both of them are true. That's why I said I don't know why people can't comprehend, how, two things can be true. It don't have to be one or the other. But you're right, a freestyle, people write their freestyle. Just like you will go to the mic and spit it, you could write, you could basically, take your time and write it into a book or whatever, and then you spit it into the mic. Or you could just go, like I said, go straight to the mic. You don't need to write it down. First, you just go straight to the mic off the top. So both of them is true. That's why the people that could do it off the top, that's why they pride themselves. They put themselves in such a high, you know, a level. You know, they don't consider themselves to be any type of rapper. Like they don't write and they talk on it like a certain way. Like man, that's the first step. You know, I go straight to the what I'm saying, to the real shit, to the last step. You know, when you gotta spit that shit.
Omega, we have words like lifestyle, just to play on the word style. But another word, what you're trying to describe is some people would say they're just channeling. At that point, something takes over, whether you're a magician or you're a singer. Literally, people have, some people use other words. I'm in the zone.
Yeah.
Because the human brain is limited. No different when people watch an athlete like Michael Jordan. They can only imagine him when you walk in and say, listen, Michael Jordan, I'm going to perform tonight. Why? Because we got to give the humans the illusion that you're an amazing athlete. No, you're just one of the best that we've chosen, and now we're going to channel through you. So again, people get caught up in human accomplishment, but then again, you just have to ask a simple question. Well, who gave us the human race all the languages? Who gave us all this ability of Wi-Fi? That's beyond the human aspect. Because if we're going to classify humans as animals, I don't see any other animals doing the same shit unless something's interfered and giving us all types of technology. I get the ideal of freestyle, but at the same time, we're also using a language that's been conditioned in you. So it's just a little bit less of a restriction, but you're still in the restriction.
Yeah, I use that word to tie back to what I was saying. To us had the opportunity, to be free. When I'm using free, I'm using it in all the contexts it can be used. I'm using it in a generous, way. That's why I come back, instead the freestyle is still tying into free. When you freestyling, people can't copy you. The matrix cannot copy you because you don't have a pattern that it can study and duplicate. That's why freestyle go the way it go. Freestyle don't have, a hook, verse, intro, outro. No, that's not what it is. It have, a continuing structure. It take any form at any time.
Well, I think once you learn the parts that are there and you're able to create something that's anew, then it's going to be recorded. Now it's in the system. So somebody else in another part of the world might say, well, I'm freestyling. I said, no, somebody's already done the work. You're just picking up the energy now and thinking it's your own. That's why I say owning anything is an illusion. You're in a play. Like any instruments, any sounds, it's already here. It's like languages. It's already here. It's just, what are you going to learn that craft to pick it up? Some people might find out they're better with their voice. They can do harmonics. Some people could do beatbox. I'm just using the musical industry. It'll be no different. Somebody finds out I have a 50-inch vertical. You can aid it by learning a little bit more how to maintain it. But you just can't get an average person to say, well, then because I've seen it, therefore I must be able to have a 50-inch vertical. It doesn't work that way. And the ones that do, then you have to factor in culture, your bloodlines. You have to realize, okay, what are you doing when you're in your thoughts? In thoughts, I can't even say it's your thoughts, but you're in thoughts. Visualization. Again, we're in what some people call the matrix. We're in it, but then most people don't ask the question, then what am I then? Am I data?
Yeah, we just a code. We only exist in the matrix as a code. That's literally what we are. But
that looks like a pair of boobs. Sorry.
But we're not physically.
The owl's eyes.
It looks like a pair. Looks like a pair of crab eyes, my friends.
We're not physically in the matrix though. Mentally, we in the matrix because the matrix is a constructive, it's something that's constructed in your mind. Neo told you that. Morpheus told Neo that it's just a construct in his mind. That's what the matrix is. The matrix is not like where you something that where you physically in.
Well, you're a construct inside the thing called the mind, and then the mind actually downloads information into the brain. So most people will say, okay, well, I'm not the vessel. I said, yes, you're not the vessel, but you're still within the restriction of the mind. That's a totally different thing. And again, that's where people struggle with it. This is why they have access consciousness, where you can go beyond the mind Now you're the observer of those things, but you can still participate while you're in it. Most people think that I just want to leave this. I'm like, okay, so you're using a language. And if you're not speaking, you have a thought, do you not? Well, yes. I said, and where's it coming from? Hence the word mind. Meant God created something in his image. Now people get caught up. Well, God created material stuff, and they forgot to build bridges and cities and all that. That's a different type of technology going on. Now you have to be able to entertain those ideals, because what I'm saying, it could be way off, but I'm willing to stretch the indoctrination. I'm going to challenge it. Doesn't mean just because I stretch it to no end, I'm going to figure out whatever's left that's the answer. No, that's another game. So anytime when people say the mind, as long as they realize it's not what they call their brain. Right. That's why we have words like government. There's a reason why we use words. It's like breadcrumb. That's why we have the word in the English language, many words with the word act in it. Factual, fact, practical. That gives it away.
It's the same thing when people talk about their heart. People know we're not talking about the organ. We're talking about what's inside of the organ. That energy.
I'm with you, Naga.
That's
I'm
inside
with
of the organ.
Yep. And there's blood and it travels everywhere. But what's one's intent? You know, people don't realize when you're around other people that do backbiting, the heart is very easily to be deceived. That's the whole ideal. It's going to serve. Doesn't matter. It doesn't distinguish right or wrong. It just goes what base a person says. Those are my likes. So you like when people are getting ripped into. You don't like when people are being harmed. And then when people get caught up in their heart. That's just one receiver. There's many receivers in this vessel, and a lot of them it's outside of the vessel. This is why when people talk about chakras, I'm just sharing out loud, Naga. You might already know this stuff, but because it's being recorded, I'm here to be of service. Now, some people say, yeah, but I'm also being upset. I said, that's still being of service. It's your judgment that you should be concerned about.
Well, I think the heart can be betrayed.
Yes.
But the eyes can be deceived.
Yeah, that's
the eyes can be deceived, because the eyes is connected to your mind. Right? The eye, your two eyes, your physical eyes is connected to your third eye, which is connected, to your mind. That's where your mind is peeping through.
That's why a lot of times people they get, when they're in that state of stillness and sleep state, something's trying to communicate, because they realize when they're in the waking state, they're so indoctrinated. When people start defending themselves in the waking state and they're defending their senses, I said, have you ever challenged and realized, can your senses easily be misled? If you saw a hologram of a dolphin jumping out of the sky, does that prove or denounce the fact that your senses could easily be misled? Now, for some people,
and that's when the heart will feel betrayed, because the heart trusted the mind to lead it in the right direction, but the mind failed because the mind was tricked, or deceived.
I think at that point, Naga, that's more our senses. Our senses, the waking state, those are the senses. And then once you can use for positive and negative with your imagination when you're in the waking state. Even like I said, when people, unless you can practice meditation in your stillness and you can observe the mind, or in this case, thoughts, most people aren't going to want to go into that state. Some people do it by default, where they do it with marijuana or ayahuasca or any other kind of brain altering substances, but they're just getting a peak. Then you have to maintain it. So how many people can maintain always getting high to stay in that state? It's like doing surgery, liposuction or whatever, but are you maintaining your weight? Understanding your diet? Probably not. I'm just sharing awareness. Doesn't mean I practice that stuff, but I'm aware of that stuff. I can be aware of that. Putting on my hands is going to be harmful to myself. I don't have to experience it, but unfortunately, people put way too much value on the physical experience, where they don't realize you're experiencing way more in thoughts.
Yeah, peep. When you peeping through something, that's another way. That's another way of saying, you in two different places at two different times, or more than two different places at two different times. Right? So the only way to be, compatible with infinity is to be in a peep mode, in a way that where we can just peep through things, like we can peep through right here on earth, while we peep into the mind, while we peep in through the heart, while we peep into different galaxies or other universes, right? That's the only way it could have happened. And that's ties into us being peephole, right? Because we're peeping through that hole. That's in our head that we call the third eye. It's a hole that's pouring out light. That light is coming from, that the light is peeping through here, like the sun do, right? That when we're looking at the sun is not, the whole sun is not inside of the earth.
Well, Nick, I think that's why there's terms such as the eye of the beholder and Plato's cave. The analogy is once you become aware of, you've opened that, how do you explain it to other people? Now at that point, you have to, it's a fool's journey. You have to go on that journey yourself. You know, because I can't truly share with other people my personal experience. I can put words to it, but to them, it's just going to be a story. When people say to me, you know, I agree with you, I said, what are you agreeing upon? Because it makes you feel nice, because you truly were in tuned. That could be something different, and hence where we have words like resonate, respect, whatever word you want to use. You know, you're going to hear another human being, but literally to think that they're going to experience the sunset as they're standing right beside me, I said, that's very illusional. You're going to tell me your story, I'll tell you my story, and I'm using the idea that I'm already using the premise of something else's language.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I put it in the way I put it in the first place. That's what you tell a woman when you meet a woman. And that's what she tells you when she met you. She told you her story and you tell her your story.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a reward.
Our story. So it's always about, you know, storytelling.
Mm-hmm. And most men will lead intellectual, and women will probably lead intuitive. That's why for us to better communicate with others out loud as best as we can, we have to incorporate that feminine masculine. You know this, Naga, but I'm just sharing out loud. So whether or not Charles understands or Kimba, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt they do. It's just other people that it's recording. You know, it's like that's what the whole ideal of book is. That's why I say kind of tongue in cheek. At this point, we might as well burn all the books. Why? Because it really didn't serve. Because you still got to look at humanity's plate. They're still warring with each other. They're still debating with each other. So obviously that technology doesn't work. Let's burn it. Let's try something else now. You know, but people aren't willing to do that because they don't realize how attached they are. At that point, I'm preaching to a brick wall. You know, because they're not going to question. Go ahead.
It's going to happen on its own. I strongly, you know. See, I seen it coming, you know. I've seen it coming, like a lot of things I've seen coming before, you know, and they came about. I think, you know, it's coming to the point that where it's going to destroy itself.
Mm-hmm. But are we doing it, or are they actually working with the ages and they're going to break the system because we're moving to a new system, and in it we're going to become aware, but we're not actually doing our part. So that's why when people say, oh, I'm becoming aware of what the elites are doing, I said, no, because they're doing it openly, because they're making a shift. They understand the ages. They understand there has to be a death for a rebirth. And the human race is just going to be casualty at that point.
Yeah, that's just what's happening. You know, even the masses, they're doing it on a level that they don't understand you know, that they're doing it. That's why, you know, I think people like myself, you know, trying to talk, you know, to those that's not aware.
They're all talking to the ones that are somewhat aware at that point. Naga, they're already locked into their mindset. I go with the few, not the masses. The few could be hundreds of thousands of people, but when it comes to the masses, you just have to go to the mall or drive down the highway to realize I might assume all those people are actually thinking on a constant basis. I wonder if I'm the vessel. I'm wondering if I'm thoughts. I wonder what the elites are doing. I wonder what ages mean. Now, that again is feeding the ego. At that point, let them have what they want, what they lack. They want more of that material stuff, and they don't realize the carpet's going to be pulled under them. It's been going on a regular basis. This is us sharing with each other. I wouldn't go around telling this to my parents because I realized I would be disrupting them. That's what I call stepping on toes. You know, to disenchant somebody, that's even more worse than, if there's such thing as a word, worse than actually making them understand what an illusion is. There has to be something they have to do voluntarily. And you might hear the way they speak and their patterns. Some people can parrot this information, but their pattern will reveal them. And if they get triggered, that'll tell me. I said, you're not even emotionally developed yet. So then why would you even play with the idea of Christ consciousness? They'll settle for the parroting word of saying, I'm a Christ-like. I said, that's nice, but are you the witness/observer? Well, I don't know what that means, Dominic. Go ahead.
The difference for me is that, I think, once people like, that's not aware come, across people like me that's aware, they already did their part. Meaning that they departed, from where they at. That's why they even met up with me in the first place. You see? So I have to do my part, because if I'm ahead, unless I'm going back, I will never, meet up with what's behind me. So if anything behind me, meet up with me, they must have, caught up with me, type thing, right? Because if I'm gonna keep going, so they departed from where they are. They already did their part, like when the student already came to school and just be sitting waiting for the teacher in the classroom. They already did their part. So now it's up to me to do my part now.
I guess,
so that's, go ahead.
I was going to say, unless the person understands why they have pyramids. The pyramids are there because there's different categorization, different groups, and they tempt them with things that outside of that they're not going to understand. So they tempt them with fame and riches. And that's how you keep those structures set up, all that. This is about awareness. For those people to try to explain them outside of giving them their little small little settlements of fame and riches aren't going to understand this. So now you're on the other side where the masses, what is their incentives? What is their incentives to do the fool's journey? They're not. For me, I kind of tripped over this and I thought, fuck it. I've always questioned, I really think it's insanity going to work all the time for the same rewards, taking a shit all the time, taking a piss all the time. So I challenged that. I'm going to fast for a long period of time. I'm not going to shave anymore. Fuck it. I'm going to shave my whole body. I played that game. Most people aren't going to go to that extremity. So at this point, you might be in a situation, I'm sorry, Naga, but this could be a situation where you might have to have a false dog rescue to give that dog the impression, well, I've saved something. No, they're all dead. But we're going to give you the illusion. That's why they use the term walking dead. They're useless mouth breathers. Even if they wanted to help them become awake, the damage is already done. The parents condition their kids. The community condition their kids. People get caught up in their color of their skin. And even that, they're not even using it correctly. Saying the shit that you're black and white means you're asleep. You're dark skin or light skin. And then depending on where you are. Go ahead, sorry, Naga.
Listen, bro.
Yes.
I don't think people deserve compensation for doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like, a fish don't deserve no candy for swimming.
I know, but most people have been conditioned for rewards. What I'm trying to say. It's too big of a...
in itself. What I'm saying is already wrong. It's already showing you that if people don't get compensated for doing what they're supposed to be doing, if you're being compensated, therefore you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're doing what people want you to do.
Okay, so Naga, let's go with this. Regardless if there's another species running all of this, when did we get to the point where another human being gets conditioned to be a master and another one teaches their kid to be a slave? Do you see the erroneous of both those parties? But now somebody's saying, well, it's wrong for you to be a master. I said, you don't even see the conditioning you've done to yourself. That's the game that's played. Most people will take their settlement thing. Well, I'm under the circumstances, I'm better off to be a master than a slave. I said, no, you both lost. So at that point, they've taken their settlement, financial rewards. I could turn around and say, well, Dom, I only care about my family. I said, now you understand the elites. The only difference is they rule over you. So show some respect, understand the system, because you're here. There's a reason why we're here in these vessels. It's not because I'm innocent. I must have done a lot of hideous things or stupid things or ignorant things. I might be still doing it now. But to think erroneously that for some reason, because I have a moment in awareness and say, fuck, I'm playing with a language that I'm already being enslaved to. And I'm going to try to describe myself while I'm using the same language. So that's like me being in a well trying to save myself as I'm actually kicking myself down at the same time. Do you see the erroneous of all of that? But to think that we're going to help other people, that's very egotistical. That's the ego again talking. This is why people have to lean on towards faith. Whatever truth is, it's an energy. But if it's there to set you free, that would imply that we're in prison then. And who's doing the imprisonment? More times than not, we do it to ourselves. That's why I say when people start gendering themselves or calling the type of skin and the way they talk it, I said, you guys are idiots. You just don't know it yet. Now, that's me being polite. Now, they might turn around and say, what about me? I said, no, you're too self-absorbed to make it about anybody else but you, anybody else but them.
Well, I've talked to about this too before. You know, the ego is the ego, right? The king of the sky. You know, the one of the birds, you know, fly the highest. So is having the highest view. So ego or an ego is not necessarily bad, even though an ego can be a predator. So is how, you know, is how you control your ego. You know, is your ego under control or is it out of control? See? Because you know, I think I said it before, like I was saying, like, you know, I look at the ego like a lion, like having, you know, your guard. Instead of having a security guard, you have a lion guarding you, right? But if the lion is the one dragging you, right, then the lion, you know, going to basically eat everything in front of you in the name of protecting you. But if the lion is behind you, you know, then the lion gets to eat whatever you wanted to eat. Because you're the one controlling the lion. You're the one telling the lion, okay, you could go ahead and get this one. But no, you can't touch that one. You better not. So the ego, you know, just like it's going to have you to pump yourself, it's the same thing that's going to take you down when people is beating up on you. Right? When people is beating up on your ego, it's the same thing that's going to take you down. Like, oh yeah, you think like they're just going to beat me down by myself, nigga? I'm taking you down with me. Like the same, like the airplane, the same thing that's going to take you, you know, up in the sky to your next destination. You know, it's the same thing that's going to land with you. Or if it's going to crash, it's going to crash with you.
So what's being taken down at that point? That would be a question that we can play with. Are we talking about the flesh? Are we talking about the spirit? What's being taken down? What's being anchored?
The in reality is the flesh. The body is anchored here, because the body is from here, from
So
this planet.
it's a mortal form. Anytime you drive a car, at a moment that's gone. So then, you know, it's like when people read the Bible or the Quran. Is it to serve the vessel, the flesh, or is it something else? This is why when people talk about we don't fight against flesh and blood, but principalities. Why? Because maybe we're the demons, and there's something above us that are gatekeepers. And say, listen, till you earn it, you're not leaving. So you can have the Groundhog Day over and over again. Yeah, we'll even give you the Bible to entertain you. We'll give you the Buddha teaching. Yeah, go ahead. You know. So at that point, what's being anchored? Are we indebted because of the vessel that's obviously clearly showing it's going to expire? You just have to go to the hospital. You got to go to the funeral, knowing that all that expires. Hence mortal. Hence morality. Where
No,
it
I
is.
prefer my question, my answer, because you know, Earth is, you know, this is the crossroad. So you know, I refer my answer. You know, everything is being anchored here. This is the meeting place. You know, this is where the meeting at. Where the you know, this is where the table at.
So is it a bad thing, good thing? Is it a learning thing? If people come to that term of anchoring, it's like anchoring a ship. Is it a bad thing to anchor a ship, or is it just a safe spot to be at that point? Again, this is where people can find out if, I'm not saying you, Nag, I'm just using this, me, you going back and forth for a bit, where they'll find out where they stand, hence the word understand. You know, I get it because we live in an age of technology. People can make the assumption they're advanced. I said, no, you have lack of discernment. You're getting knowledge, but you have lack of discernment, and you're not true with yourself, so you don't have understanding. So at that point, what is being anchored? And then the person says they can tell me what it is, or they can tell it for themselves, hopefully. Then, okay, so how does it serve? You know, it's a simple question I'm asking. It's not a complicated question. It could have many response to it, but it is a simple inquiry. Once you have that inquiry, you can go inwards and say, okay, so how does it serve? Well, it's negative. I said, well, that's how it serves then. It's positive. That's how it serves. It's imprisonment. That's how it serves. I get it. We can use the mind and think for some reason it's this evil, wicked thing. But yet at the same time, we're going to be in conflict when we look at all the other stuff. Well, the nature's beautiful. Again, that's a perception now. Music is beautiful. Another perception. But why do we always tilt our perceptions and say, I only want to look at the positive things, but ignore the other things? Or I want to think negative things, but ignore the positive things. Are we supposed to be reinforcing those things? Or are we actually playing the division within ourselves? These are just inquiries. I'm not expecting any response. If you want to share negative, that's fine. But more times than not, I'm giving people the benefit that they're having some of these thoughts.
Yeah, whenever we say something is beautiful, we also saying something else. We're saying that not people don't hear is that it's not ugly. So things come in pairs, things in the pairs. So things come in pairs. That's why I was using the twins. Or the man and the woman. So I don't yeah, man, I don't think things come in a singular form. I think things come in pairs.
Well, part of the indoctrination would be when we start unconsciously or consciously looking at, well, I have two hands, I got 2 feet, I've got two soldiers, whatever. And then we talk about, yin and yang. So there's a good chance we're actually doing their own anchoring to ourselves with the idea of having duality. Maybe that's what it is. Now I'm willing to entertain that ideal, but I'm also willing to entertain things that I think could be way out there. People like to have a safe net. So for them, they'll use either their intellect or they'll use their reasoning, which is the same ideal, and then they'll protect it to no end. I said, well, then the fact that you have to defend it or attack others clearly tells me something about them. Because I'm thinking, if it's truly, you're true to yourself, then you don't need to defend it or attack it. This is why when people talk about God or the truth, I said, the fact that you have to defend it or attack it, I'm going to question it because, it can't be that. And I'm willing to try something else or seek something else. They could be on it. That could literally be what it is, but I don't value that. In this
Well, I think that's exactly what it is. It's like your woman, bro. She expect you to protect her. So I think people should, want to protect, the things that they value.
But from what, Naga? If we start analyzing, most people, they're living in a very privileged situation. I get it. If you're living in a harsh environment, you're around animals that you want to eat, and at the same time, you have to protect yourself from them. So, but if we're living in civilizations and we're living in a house and all that, that could be very confusing if a man is being told you need to protect. It'd be no different asking a woman, you need to nurture. Well, you don't have any kids, so nurture me. I said, well, then what did my mom do for me then? Again, ages change, so we should be changing the program. No different cooking with a stove, with a pot, but it's changed. So what are we protecting, and from what? Are we protecting ourselves from other human beings that don't know how to civilize themselves? I'm just using the word civilized. We could talk about being a sovereign being, but that would be very few and far between. I know I wouldn't be one. So again, what are we protecting ourselves? Why do we create guns? Is it the constant protect and defend, or in this case, defend and attack? It perpetuates itself. I need a gun because somebody else has a gun. He might attack me. But isn't having the gun to defend itself doing the same thing? Sure it is.
What was Neo was protecting himself against? Defending himself against?
He was trying to protect himself, if anything, at best, from his own program that he's actually taken unwillingly. And he thinks that there's some other program opposed to trying to understand it. That's just my view on that. But then again, the person that wrote the book and all that, it wasn't designed that the people that are light-skinned and dark-skinned, you reverse the shades and you find out how the storyline was written by. But again, this is how they manipulate things, whoever they may be. But the manipulation, more times than not, is taken from within. We do our own manipulation within ourselves. So if there is, we'll say, gods, and they've already clearly showed in biblical stories, we're going to use the written word, they manipulated the waters. So therefore, maybe that's what they want to see. They want to see if we manipulate things. We do manipulate animals. We do manipulate ourselves. Maybe that's part of the existence. I'm using that as a possibility. But some people are going to have a tough time because they've already categorized things with their likes and dislikes. So at that point, how can I philosophize with somebody when they say, well, Dominic, what do you mean why? Well, I can't have whys with you if you're too busy. Well, I don't like this, but I hate that.
Yeah, the thing is though, we're not going to get to an answer. To get to a solution by coming to the people and not coming on the matrix. The matrix set the tone. Anybody that's on the matrix, that's in the matrix, is because they have a secret code. It's because they have a code. That's why they exist in the matrix. They only exist as a code, right? So you cannot judge that code, without the matrix. It's it's an invalid judgment.
Okay, so none of that nega. If somebody looks at the matrix and say, okay, matrix to me is about programs, data. The vessel that they're in, again, that's like seeing a computer. That's just a computer. We can call that AI. But if I'm not those things, then how does the matrix serve? It serves the system, and if I choose to play in the system, that's how it serves. This is why when people talk about AI is when you look at an animal. The program is how you program the creature. So a computer like Siri is a program. The computer itself, the hard talk, whatever, that's what some people might call AI. But is it truly artificial intelligent?
It's artificial indoctrination.
Yeah, I like that one, Charles. I like that term. Yeah.
Right. Back, I had to feed my bear and my giraffe.
Here.
So you fed your politicians and your priest for the bear and the giraffe. Okay, the long necked spin doctoring giraffe. Okay. But again, I'm entertaining ideals here, guys. I get it. A lot of people are looking for answers, and I said I'm the wrong person. I'll entertain a whole bunch of ideals, But again, each their own. Like I get it. If a person thinks that this is an imprisonment, then the onus is on them to figure out. Then why did you accept all the pleasantries then? If a person thinks they know what the truth is, then then you must understand what a deception is.
For sure.
Yeah. We're saying that, Naga, but for a lot of people, they just say it in words only. It's like when people say words. I heard the other day that God bless. I'm like, why do you speak on behalf of a source? That could be very vain. May them bless you, but then again, that would imply, do you know what source is outside of what they've left? All the plants and the air and all this other stuff we call nature. And have we manipulated nature? Sure, we have. Have we been very destructive? Sure, we have. Have we eliminated certain creatures? Sure, we have. So then, wouldn't that make sense? It's like when my buddy said to me, live and let live. I said, I'm pretty sure that'd be a tough sell to tell the animals.
Huh.
I mean, it's easy, man. Living with if you grew up with with family members like cousins and brothers and sisters, then you could just go and open the fridge and grab something to eat and bring them something too, because at the end of the day, even though you're the one taking it, but it don't belong to only you, it belongs to all of them, all of us. So I think, a lot of time it's coming from that perspective. Like, yeah, you might not know, you have the right, to have that. But since I know it, I'm gonna give it to you because I'm the one that took it. I'm gonna give you some of it. So when we pull, those of us that know how to pull from the ether, that know how to pull directly from source, right? We ain't scared to share, with other people and let them know. I mean, that's it belongs to you too, nigga. You go ahead and get your own. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to always get it from me. You could go straight, what I'm saying, to it and get it yourself. But it's cool though. I know you just want to grab it from me right now. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. I'm giving it to you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm letting you know also, if anything, you could go ahead and get it yourself. That's it. That's all it is. You know what
Which
I'm
is
saying?
great,
It's
Naga.
not,
Which is great when you're living in that community. But for the masses, as they're going to grocery stores and then complaining about GMO, what are they really saying? At
But
that point, go ahead.
that's when the Matrix. That's when we're talking about the Matrix, and everybody in the Matrix already accepted to be in the Matrix, to live by the Matrix.
So all of a sudden, you have a cancer. Sorry, Charles. You have a cancer in the system, and it's actually overwhelming the rest that are somewhat trying to stay true to the system with nature and all that. Do you get rid of the hole now? Do you get rid of the cancer? And this is what the elites talk openly, regardless of what channel they do. And they're saying the useless mouth feeders have got their rewards. They no longer want to actually do farming. They no longer want to hunt. Now they could turn around and say, "Yeah, but you haven't taught me that." I said, "There you go." They even want us to teach them again. We've made ourselves expendable.
It's called deductible problem solving.
You just,
That's all it
I
is. They just usually go in different steps, but eventually they're going to eliminate one by one until they come to, okay, we're just going to have to get rid of the cancer itself or the virus itself. But they're going to, try, everything they can, you know, before they, because they know a lot of time people know to get rid of the best way to get rid of the problem is to get to the root of it. But people want to start from the top and get to the root of the problem. That's it. But if it comes to to the roots, people will get there. But people just don't start there right away.
want to say peace to Alchemos 83,
Yeah, so like
Crystal, JG, and there's one more. Look Within, and Michael Gregory, and Rachel.
Peace.
I gotta
and
jump off in 10 minutes.
Okay. Good. 'Cause
We
I gotta
gotta
go
cook
down.
a
I
half
gotta go
course
down.
meal.
yeah, when it comes to the matrix, we could either operate the way we're supposed to operate, or just throw the whole thing away and operate a new way. That's just about it. We can't be halfway, with the matrix. We can't go in the matrix and then saying that we're gonna do what Neo did. We're gonna no, they show you what he was trying to do. They didn't show you what he did. No.
Alchemos is right. Self-sufficiency is a high commodity, but as you know, we kind of steered off of self-sufficiency by not having gardens and many other. I remember grandmas always had gardens, and then it was passed down to the daughters, but you rarely see that. In my neighborhood, I see it here and there, but not like it used to be. So
Man,
self-sufficiency is a lost art.
we abandoned our lands, our grandparents' land, and went into the cities and pay rent in the cities. And over time, different people, that were struggling back home sold our land. So, we never went back because we realized we ain't got no more land. But we had our own land, we had our own garden. This is the reason why we can't do nothing for real, because we can't produce our own food, our own clothing and shelter. Ain't no way we gonna be able to do anything against any other system. We forever we depend on the system until we could figure out how to take care of those three.
I think Naga, part of the going away from land is because most people have, been tempted. The devil doesn't tempt with hideous things. He tempts you with comforts and bling bling. So most people have given up crafts. So they're no longer interested or even know how to be a farmer or a hunter or talk to their wise people in their community how to actually look at the sun and the moon to find out when to harvest things, let alone plant things. So, but to think that we own land, again, that's the illusion. Nobody rule. There's people that rule, but nobody owns anything here. The tribal people understood that because they used to communicate with their tribal leaders. So, but for most people, they're being tempted with all their comforts. I can say that for myself. For me to become a nomad would be very challenging for me. Oh yeah, Dom, you're going to go live in the wilderness, but I still want my Wi-Fi. Do you see the hypocrite in all of that? I live off grid, but meanwhile, I still have satellite dishes. Come on, guys. You're like a child that says I'm a vegetarian, but you find out you only eat meat on a Thursday and a Friday. I said you're not fully engaged in that. So again, part of the family breaking down is because the community is broken down in exchange for comforts. That's what they've broken it down for. How many people would say, would I rather live in a small community where I'm 15 minutes away from everything? Or would I actually want to be able to drive a car and then go like hours distance, whatever, at my job? The elites have been trying to share with people to confirm. You guys don't want that shit. You even treat it like as though it's hideous. You don't want 15-minute cities. But yet, isn't that how people used to live a long time ago? They didn't have to know what was going on in a community 2 days away, and they were living somewhat content.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And somewhere down the line, we felt the need, to want to know, because we heard so much was going on in the cities, so we left the cities over time. Over time, man, all of us. It only take one. If you realize, it only take one generation to fuck up the whole family, bloodline. It don't take that much. Just one.
Like, I get it. People say they want to beat the system. I've already resided to the fact that I'm going to do my best. I'm already by default coming back again. But I'm okay with that. Where other people said, no, I want to beat the system, I said, your self-absorption is going to get you back here over and over again, unaware next time. But that's fine. Each their own, because I could be full of shit and I'm okay with it. Where other people, they'll gladly tell you all their little comforts and all their pleasantries, but dare not challenge that, and they get all upset. I said, then you're not even okay with your pleasantries. People feed shit to themselves on a regular basis, and then they complain about things that they don't openly admit to themselves. Well, it's the government's fault. It's other people with different color of skin or different genders. Really? Are we going there? Especially when you realize you've never lived outside of that vessel. And if you do astral travel, that opens up a question. Did your vessel come with you? It's like when somebody says to somebody else, when you die, you go to heaven. What am I going with my vessel? And what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to take a picture of it so that when I get older, when I go to heaven, I can look like I'm 30 years old? What the fuck? That's noise at that point. That's nonsense talk. That's a child talking to another child, which is fine if you're in a childlike state. But when you become an adult, stop pretending to be an adult. Be one. Don't do one. Be one. Go to work every fucking day. Does what? That's a question. That's not me telling you it's wrong. What does it do for you? Well, Dom, I get to earn more money. I said, you're in the system then. Well done.
Even having the conversation of heaven and hell is just childish.
It is, but people are going to talk about it, and I don't mind entertaining it, and maybe even throwing a couple of nickels and dimes in just to see whether or not they were going to play with it. It's like somebody playing basketball. We're playing basketball. One of our buddies said, something? They're a good shot, but next time when they're at the 3-point line, I think I'm going to give them an elbow to the gut. Why? Just to make it look different. He might get upset, but at the same time, I said, you're lucky because we're playing by rules. What happens if we don't have rules? How does that look like then? I'm bringing a gun to hoops next time. Next time a guy does a crossover, you're losing a leg. That'd be kind of funny.
There is no rules. We operate on principle, right? But because of the rules, we basically allowed to to violate our principle.
But there you go, Naga. You said it. If we don't follow by rules, by the physical, then you got to follow by principalities. Most demons do not want to follow rules. They want to own things. Actually, even they want a rule. They forget about being under rules. Do you want to serve on earth or in heaven, or do you actually want to rule? And for most people, if they're honest with themselves, they want to rule. And I say, okay, but are you even good at it? Because even a king or a queen has a responsibility. That means if you're to be a king or a sovereign being, you have to basically be able to serve everyone else. Well, I don't want to do that. I said, so you want your cake but not actually make it? Fuck, you're an idiot at best. And I don't give a shit if they're rich, old. I said, you're still an idiot. Now, that's me saying that out loud, hoping that maybe down the road, they might actually have some sort of lack of indifference. And they say, well, yeah, maybe he did try to say something to me. I said, yeah, it's your existence that gives it away.
Nah, I think sometimes we just say shit just to say shit. Like, if I want the cake, if I gotta make it, when I make it, why can't I eat it? Because people say, you can't have your cake and eat it.
Mm-hmm. But again, Naga, this is where people that talk about politicians or gurus, they're going to sell you what you want to hear. Pleasantries. Oh, yeah, you can go to heaven. Oh, yeah, I'm going to save the country. Really? Obviously, I'm an observer, and I know that clearly we have wars, we have women that are neglected or abused and all that. I think it's no longer time to have these simple little fucking little talks. And if it is, I don't want to hear it all about me. How are you going to be of service to humanity? Because if not, they're expendable at that point.
And I said all the time, man, if they're able to sell you a whole bunch of bullshit, you needed that. Because no, people can't sell me nothing I don't need or don't want, you know? So, because if I'm even buying something I ain't had in mind, once I see that things, I must have realized that I want it. That's why I'm going to buy it. So, if people were able to sell me, you know, a whole bunch of bullshit, I deserve that. You know what I'm saying? I needed to, you know what I'm saying, to hear a whole bunch of bullshit so I know what real shit sound like. So, I don't know.
We do have bullshit and we have belief systems. One's for Saturn and the other one is just the system that you're in. So what do people believe? They believe in things that they've never truly tested. So let's say they do test it, now they know of it. But can you apply discernment to it? I can't apply discernment to a guy's name. I can know of him, and then once I meet him, I can ask all kinds of questions. What do you stand for? What's your intent? Now, he might turn around and say, listen, Dom, if you're going to ask the question, you should be able to follow up first for yourself. I said, well done. Most people are too quick with their ego to explain what they do. I said, no, the question should go back to the person that asked it, hence leader and follower.
You can't add discernment to driving if you're not a driver yourself. You know, you could have, you know, some pretty solid, you know, suggestion.
So you're
But
thinking
I got to jump off here in a couple of minutes.
Ned, I was going to say, so you're saying discernment is solely based on the experiencer. Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, it's based on the wisdom you get from the information.
Okay,
so you have to.
Okay. I was going to say, so you're trying to say that a person that's of age and they become a diabetic, that's wisdom. That's one version of it. But somebody can actually be the observer and don't have to go through all that painstaking of doing things and manifest it in the physical. Hence discernment.
Yeah, because they experienced that person. They didn't experience it themselves through themselves, but they experienced it through a third person.
Or you're reading the mind.
No, not reading the mind. You're observing. You're the observant.
Well, I'm just using a different word to describe it. Witness it, read it, observe it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You know, again, it's just whatever works. This is why when people entertain, especially the English language, so many different meanings, one of them might catch in that moment for that person. That the benefit for them. It's not about me. I already know what I'm doing. I'm being the student. I'm sharing out loud. Now people are going to challenge me. I said, have you challenged yourself? Well, no. Then why the fuck are you wasting it on me?
Love it. Mic drop. Boom. Oh yeah.
It's on my head already, so I'm going to shove it up my ass pretty soon, Kimba. But anyway, but again, it's like that's what I'm saying. People are quick, especially people that are self-absorbed. They're quick to make it about other people when it doesn't favor them. I said that's a wasted energy. That's actually humor to no end.
It's complete humor.
Sure, it is. But unfortunately, it's when you become rationally selfish, where you're considering other people, but it's still their responsibility. Now, when they're a child, that's different. You're there to guide them, not fucking condition them. The schooling system's already doing that. The state's already doing that. So you have to find out, because it's kind of like Confucius, to understand what are the gifts that each of these individual child have. And you also have to realize what condition am I bringing to it. Because if you realize your condition, then your responsibility is to make sure you put that child around the right people to actually bring out those gifts. Bring out, not in. That's the indoctrination part when you start putting into people. That's why when I say people, when they talk about them, their color of their skin is black and white, I already know I'm talking to a fucking idiot. You're either dark or light skin, and it depends who you're around. If I'm with an albino and I'm olive skin, I'm dark skin. If I'm with a Nigerian, I'm light skin at that point. Black and white is for the unknown and known. That's magic.
I never thought about that.
But again, that just tells you you're reading the room. These guys are asleep, and then they reinforce it. It's like when people use the word conspiracy theory. Well, there's a lot of conspiracy going on. Is it theoretical? Is it factual? Is it agenda prone? You should be able to challenge all those things, and don't waste your fucking energy challenging me. Entertain ideals. Don't be amused by me. Now, I get frustrated with this shit because I realize in private conversation, I'll fucking go up inside down you and say, I'm not done yet. Are you ready to start on yourself? Well, then why are you allowing me to do that for you? You should do that for yourself. I don't give a shit if you have fucking kids. Go ahead.
So do you think that people can embody certain type of energy?
Yep. You should be able to embody You know, that's why they do Sanskrit and they do things like mantras. You should be able to embody it, hence embody your body,
So,
midbrain. Yep.
so you don't think sometimes that's why people come at you a certain way? It's because you might have embodied certain type of energy, you know, that trigger them to behave the way they do?
Yeah, because you're using the word right now too. You're thinking opposed to feeling. So at that point, if they're embodying things, yes, you're going to talk to me insightful, intuitive. But for most people, they don't realize, especially men, when they're using their masculine energy, they're going with their scholarly approach. They're using their right hemisphere and avoiding their left hemisphere, hence right and wrong. Again, Naga, this is fucking chew toy for me. I wish people would start doing their fucking work. You've done your work. Kimba sounds like she's doing her work, and same with Charles. But the rest of them, I'm not saying the rest, that's overgeneralization. Do the fucking work. Because then you could be of service to humanity. Now, it could be destructive, but at least you're doing something opposed to just going to a fucking job, shitting and spitting, taking a piss, having sex, reproducing. Fucking animals do that shit, which is fine, but we're destroying them.
But that might be the type of energy that you embody at that time.
Could be.
Is the energy to make them do the work or want to do the work.
Yeah, could be. I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Naga. You know, I'm game to hear all different versions of it and all that. But when you hear the rhetorics over and over again and people expecting a different result, we're doing the same thing. If people want change, then be the change that you want, lack, whatever. But if you're coming here and there's people entertaining ideals, so be it. Entertain the ideals. You know, you want to have a mob mentality, go out there, start lynching fucking people if that's important to you. And then you tell me how that feels. If you want to share with me outside of that, hey, the human race is going to continue doing what they're doing.
Yeah, not everybody got the same number. You know, somebody, you know, might have to miss 3 shots, you know, before they make the first one. Somebody might just go and, you know, first shot, he made it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the most important thing, you know, I think is the fact that we making shots. You know what I'm saying? It's not, because listen, man, patience is key when it comes to teaching, especially if you're teaching kids and babies. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't care if it was baby animals, you know, baby human being, you know, whatever type of baby it is, you need patience, you know, when it comes to, you know, teaching them. Or when it comes, you know, to interacting with them in general. It might not be teaching, it might just be an interaction. You need a lot of patience. So I
Like
think,
Charles
yeah,
right now. Like Charles right now. I'm sorry. Oops, Charles, you okay over there?
Yeah. Sorry, Charles. I'm off. Sorry about that, Charles, holding me up. And Naga, thank you.
No, you're
And thank
good.
you, Kimba. Yep.
You're good.
Sorry, Charles.
No, it's fine.
That's all
yes,
right. I was waiting till you guys finished.
Yeah, I was waiting too. I just had to make sure. Throw that
yes,
in there real
Mr.
quick.
Dominic.
Thank you,
Also
Dom.
trying to find these pictures with technology on the head, but I don't know what
Thank
to
you,
look
Dom.
up.
Dom's on fire.
Yeah, thank you, Dom. It's always appreciated. I always
Yeah,
appreciate
listen.
Dom's time. Naga, appreciate you coming up. Kimba,
Yes.
Lucy, and Fools and Tools. I
Yeah, man,
forget
shout out to everybody. For
Face
sure, that was
Plant.
definitely a great bill. For sure, definitely enjoy that.
And chat.
We gotta close in. But I just wanted to say this very quick. You know, I think, you know, sometimes we need patience, you know, to be able to allow, you know, people to get, you know what I'm saying, to where they need to be. Not even where we want them to be, but, you know, where they need to be if we're going to support them. You know what I'm saying? We need a lot of patience. But y'all got it. Salute.
We need patience. That's right. London and Dom, I got to do this. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm lightening up the day. Have a good day.
Well, yeah, I appreciate everybody. And I'll check you out next time.
All right.
Peace
Thank
to
you,
everyone in the chat. And yeah, man, appreciate everyone. You going live today, London? Well, I'll see it. Thank you, McCoy. I just seen this. I appreciate that, McCoy, because not a lot of people tell me my music's fire or what I write. I like doing tracks with Drop, man, because you know he's got a lot of skills. And I appreciate you all, man. I gotta go, and I'll check y'all next time. Peace to the gods. I'm out.